Hi everyone, this is Abigail from Power to Fly. I'm just doing this to test the audio, so feel free to put in the chat that you can hear me.
Hey, here is.
Hey, Frida, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. All right, you guys don't have virtual backgrounds on, so I'm going to.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, hi, Renee.
Good morning.
Hi everyone. So nice to have you guys on board. We'll get started soon. The attendees won't be able to hop in the room until it's time, so
Great.
for the moment, it's just us.
And how's it going, Abigail?
It's going great. The call or the live stream with Donna Brazil and Jamal Simmons should be wrapping up now. I was able to tune into the first half and it was awesome. We're all really excited.
Awesome.
So we
Great.
absolutely had our meeting earlier and had some wiggle dances of excitement.
Great. And Abigail, how should we manage questions that are coming in? How do you want to do that?
Sure. So that's actually, I mean, it's up to you to an extent what you would be comfortable with. So
Sure.
The way that this is going to work, I'm going to welcome everyone, go through some housekeeping, then introduce y'all and pass it off to you, Frida.
Sure.
And then questions will come in during the chat. Sarah, who's the other facilitator with me, she and I will be on to manage any logistical questions. You know, is this being recorded? Things like that. And we'll be able to cover that, no problem.
Yeah.
Questions that come in for you all, you know, if you find that you are able to keep on top of the chat and you want to look at that,
yeah.
Great. I'm happy to hop in and say like, hey, we have a question from so-and-so, or I can send them to you in the chat if you'd like. What would be?
I mean, they'll be popping up, right? So I can definitely, keep an eye on that.
Correct? Yeah. So
yeah, I'll definitely do that. Yep.
Great. So there's going to be the two sections. There'll be the chat where everyone can just participate, comments, questions, and then there's actually the Q&A feature as well.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Sounds good.
So just feel free to message me or Sarah in the chat at any point if you're like, hey, I need you to like keep an eye on this because I'm trying to do too many things. Like,
sounds great. I will definitely do that. And Iris and Renee, would you prefer that I introduce you or would you like to introduce yourselves? How would you like to do that?
Either way is fine. Abigail, are you introducing us or just Frida?
Yeah. How do you want to do that?
I was planning on introducing you all and then just passing it over to Frida. Is that
wonderful?
All right, cool. Great.
And Frida and Iris, I have horrible allergies. So if I have a coughing fit, I have like my pile of cough drops and water and all of that. So I'm just warning you.
It's bad right now. Yeah. Today, I also took an extra medication just before. So we might also fall asleep, Renee, you know.
I'm glad to know it's not just me. I also have been fighting off the allergies quite a bit. I took my allergy medicine this morning. I've got tissues right here.
Always the water.
So far I'm doing the tea route, but I think I actually have a delivery of water coming shortly from my husband, so he's my backup today. He's calling himself my production assistant, so got it. Something that might be helpful, Frida, Iris, Renee, if you want, what you can do in the participants thing, if you hover over your name and click more, if you want to rename yourself, you don't have to if you don't want to, but if you want to rename yourself to say, you know, also this company, like so that they know that you're a speaker, you can do that. So for Sarah and I, like we're Power to Fly and then our name so that we're easily identifiable in the chat. Just in case that's something that you want to do.
I had a lot of fun with the renaming features on a Zoom call with my college mates the other day.
I think I'm having a little bit of a volume issue all of a sudden. All right, 2 minutes. We're so close. I'm so excited.
Hey everyone, I just popped out of the session with Donna Brazil that had like 900 people in it and it was amazing. So
Awesome.
Wow.
and the questions were on fire, so you're in good hands.
Great.
Thank you so much for doing this. I think we have, we're over 13,000 people, so it's just crazy, but it's
Awesome.
technology working. So
Congratulations.
I'm very relieved.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I can see people popping in already, so we can get started in just a few seconds.
Okay, I'm gonna go into hiding. Thank you all. I'm so grateful and just fantastic.
All right, welcome everyone. I'll give it a few more seconds as I see people popping in. Coming off of our keynote with Donna Brazil, which was fantastic. Really excited to get started today. Oof, that number is just climbing pretty quickly. Awesome. All right, we are on the hour. So I'm happy to get started. Let's do this. Hey everyone, thanks so much for joining today at Diversity Reboot 2020. I hope you all are as excited as I am. I'm part of the Power to Fly team. My name is Abigail Vachon. I'm here today to help facilitate along with my colleague Sarah, so you might see us working in the chat. Before we get started, I want to go over a couple housekeeping things. And of course, I'd like to thank Rockstar Games for supporting the work they put into Diversity Reboot 2020. To our attendees, your cameras and audio will remain off for the duration of the talk, but we still totally want to hear from you. So feel free to add comments in the chat, or if you have a question, you can use the Q&A feature, and we'll do our best to get to as many questions as possible. If you have any technical difficulties or anything like that, you can feel free to, again, tag me or my colleague Sarah in the chat, and we can help you work through them. If you're looking to earn SHRM credits for today's talk, you can use the code that you see on the screen in the top left corner for those credits. And I'd also like to take a second, very important, to refer you to the code of conduct, which we've included in the chat. We absolutely welcome open discussion, but any comments perceived as bullying, discriminatory, or harassment will absolutely not be tolerated, and we will remove you from this talk and the summit. So now I'd like to dive into our upcoming talk, Inclusion by Design, the Right Decisions for the Biggest Impact. We're joined today by Iris Bonet, Academic Dean at the Harvard Kennedy School, Renee Whittemire, Director of Program Strategy and Investment at Pivotal Ventures, and Dr. Frida Poli, who's going to be leading our discussion today. So with that, Dr. Poli, I'm happy to pass it off to you.
Wonderful. That's quite a entry. Great. Well, it's really an honor to be here with Iris and Renee today. I've been a huge fan of both of them for a long time, and so really want to turn this discussion, especially in these very important times, to both of your work on how we can improve inclusion and racial equity in the workplace. So, Iris, I would love to turn it over to you to start us off. We have obviously worked together in terms of thinking about what works, in terms of fostering and actually doing data-driven inclusion. Would love to just start it off with you. What does work? What does work, and what doesn't work? Let's start with that.
Well, thank you, Frida. As you know, I'm a big fan of the work that you're doing with Pymetrics. And I think you are onto something that is real, and that is trying to debias our systems and not debias our minds. Now, I'm not saying that we should stop by debiasing systems. So obviously, we hope that eventually minds will follow. But I do think the focus on diversity training is a bit misguided based, sadly, on the evidence that we have.
Yep. I couldn't obviously agree with you more. And, do you have any thoughts on that, Renee? I mean, in your work, in terms of investing in, the leaders of tomorrow and making sure that process is inclusive, what do you think in terms of what we can do to really facilitate inclusion?
Yeah, I think that so researchers like Iris and others who have really looked at data and evidence-based approaches to how do you debias the workplace? How do you create an inclusive space? It's very intentional. It's looking at the practices that work, the practices that don't work. And I think that intentionality about how can all people, women, Black people, Latinx, the LGBTQ community, how can they be included in the workplace, in an industry, in a business? That intentionality is critical for all of this.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think both of you come at it from a different perspective, right? Iris, you are an academic, you've spent a lot of time thinking about this, doing a lot of research, publishing reports, writing books with the title of What Works. Do you want to give us and then Renee, obviously your focus is primarily on investing and fostering a class of, up and coming, entrepreneurs and leaders in the field. Iris, with your lens to say the broad ecosystem of people analytics, right, which includes a lot, do you want to just spend a minute just thinking about how you came to study what you study and how you think about it in terms of helping companies identify and promote practices and technologies that can really foster inclusion?
Yeah, no, thank you for that, Frida. So for the first part of my academic career, I was a behavioral economist. I still am a behavioral economist, but I generally studied mistakes that people make, that organizations make, that societies make, and trying to understand how those mistakes kind of come from how our brains function. And so I've studied bias, but not specifically bias related to gender or race or any other demographic characteristics. And bias, we use it a lot, but the way we define bias is to say, if people perceive information in an inaccurate way, that can be due to bias. So let me give you maybe a concrete example. When I ask people, who do you think of when I say Florida? What kind of people do you think of when I say Florida? Most people will say the elderly. And that turns out to be a bias because 84% of all Floridians are younger than 65. And that compares to 86% of the people living in the United States who are younger than 65. So it's true that we have slightly more people older than 65 living in Florida, but not the typical Floridian. Yeah. And this is a bias that we call availability bias. Availability meaning that certain types of information are easily available in our minds. So that was kind of my past. And then about 15 years ago now already, I started to take my work on gender more seriously. So I had focused on gender a little bit beforehand, but not really trying to use these insights to fix our mistakes. And so that's kind of what I'm doing now, using behavioral science to inform how we hire, how we promote, how we do performance appraisals. And that's what I do when I work with organizations. So the first thing really is to diagnose, and that's really important. I think another challenge that we have and that organizations often have is just to copy what other organizations are doing. And sometimes that's even called best practice, but best practice is not necessarily based on best evidence, unfortunately. So the first thing is just to measure. So that's where people analytics, as you mentioned, comes in. It's really understanding how many men, women, how many people of color, as much granularity as we can, including intersectionality, who are we hiring, who are we promoting, et cetera, et cetera. And then, so after diagnosis, trying then to intervene where things are broken.
Yep. And, obviously, as a cognitive neuroscientist, I always think of the brain as having really two systems, a fast process and a slow process. Daniel Kahneman's work, who I'm sure you're familiar, Thinking Fast and Slow. And I think it's really the fast process that is very inaccessible to, types of intervention like unconscious bias training. Obviously, the slow, thoughtful process can be intervened on, but it's really that fast process that unfortunately can get hijacked by biases. And that's kind of like the distinction I think is important to the work that you're mentioning. Renee, in your, enthusiasm for pivotal ventures and inclusion by design, how did your sort of coming to the field contribute to the work that you're doing? And what do you think are some of the most important practices that can be implemented sort of from the investor perspective?
Yeah, so I'm happy to kind of take a step back and give you a sense of like, how did I come here and just my personal story. So I am a researcher by training. So my work has focused on the intersection of tech and society for about 20 years. And I did my PhD work looking at technologies for emerging regions and kind of those questions around how can we use technologies to help economic development. I was a social scientist on a research team, one of two women with mostly men, and who were all computer scientists and engineers. And I really had no idea what I was going to do with my degree, but I only knew that I wanted to do something that would have a social impact on people and communities. And I thought that perhaps tech could be a tool for that. At one point, I was giving a presentation in front of a small group of technologists, talking about people, their perceptions, how you center people first when designing products and tech strategies. And someone came up to me afterwards and asked me, do you want to be an intern that summer at, a little known company called Microsoft? And so I ended up being an intern at Microsoft Research Labs for multiple summers when I was a student. Yep. And that moment was my foot in the door to the tech industry. That person became a mentor and a champion for me, and he still is. And it's like those small moments and people that define our paths. And for me, it was, luck, networks, timing, studying a hot topic, and all worked in my favor. I eventually, as part of my path, ended up at Intel as a research scientist with a team of anthropologists and designers and engineers traveling all over the world doing field work. And my job was to be disruptive, make technologists think differently based on what I was seeing and hearing from users and people and cultures. And eventually I moved over to the policy side of Intel. I also have a public policy background. And I started leading Intel's work on gender and tech. And most recently, before I left, I was leading the strategy and research for Intel's $300 million initiative to get more women and people of color into tech. And then about 3 years ago, I met Melinda Gates's team and joined Pivotal Ventures, which is her investment and incubation company, to lead the work on women in tech. Since then, I now lead multiple strategies, oversee teams that are focused on innovation, including work around women in tech, adolescent mental health, caregiving, all focused on advancing social progress in the United States. And I would say one thing about my career path is just I consider myself privileged as well as lucky. I've always thought that I have the coolest job ever. And I still think that. And thinking of it as a dream job, because I get to work with these incredibly smart people who are thoughtful and who are impatient for change and dream up big ideas, talk to experts like Iris to pressure test ideas and use data and evidence to really come up with strategies to create systemic structural change. And I think for me, in terms of like the practices, we're trying to think of big change, not just one person at a time, but how do we shift society and how it operates? And so my challenge is to make sure I can think big enough and look to the best practices that researchers and leaders, companies, entrepreneurs are all creating, because the best practices, many of them are known. The challenge is how do we get them to be adopted?
Yeah. Well, I want to just pick on that for a second, because I think, speaking with the head of diversity and inclusion at SAP, a woman named Judith Williams, just last week, and she spent a long time at Google and really, convinced herself by observing it firsthand that unconscious bias training and diversity training doesn't work, right? And all of the evidence points towards that, Iris, you mentioned it, right? And yet we still, the other day, she was having to convince someone within her organization that there's no evidence to support that it does work. And unfortunately, I think now we have to move away from trying to change minds and really think about how we change behavior and outcomes. I think that, people are much more focused on that. I'm just curious as to why, if we think about best practices and getting the word out, right? Why do you think it's been, and I'll start with you, Iris, so challenging potentially to really break this idea that, it's the human mind that has to be fixed, so to speak, and despite a lot of evidence to the fact that it's not easy, or, in some cases, just not possible. So,
yeah. And let me comment from two vantage points.
Sure.
So one is I'm also the academic dean of the Harvard Kennedy School. So my responsibility is basically faculty HR, so hiring, promotion, etc. And I'm living other HR managers' kind of pain in a way. In that, of course, we're also trying to be more diverse, more inclusive, and do lots of things. And diversity trainings are tempting. They're tempting. They're seem like an easy fix. And that's something I had underestimated. That's why I'm sharing that story. I had underestimated before I was in this role, and is a signal that you're doing something. So often people demand it, as in you're not doing diversity training, you really don't care. And then it feels, I have to tell you, it's super lame and defensive. When I then say, well, we have de-biased our hiring systems, here's these other things we're doing. So as a symbol, I think it's still important. And I also would say, Frida, I think the three of us share the sad realization based on the data. But I think we also would probably say, it can raise awareness, right? It's not a solution to the problem, but it can raise awareness, and we should probably keep studying it. Studying, what maybe we could make it much better. That doesn't mean, of course, my passion is in the systems. I think systemic bias can only be attacked with systemic intervention. So that's absolutely my belief. But I just want to say, I do think we have to keep trying to work with our brains as well, because there are still these situations. I mean, think about police violence, not that but in any case, it's so much present in our minds right now. There are moments where you have to make a decision in a snap moment, right? And that's, of course, as you said, the fast system kicks in, we're making those mistakes. So I don't think that we want to communicate that we shouldn't keep trying. I don't think we've solved it, or we have found the training that works. So, okay, so why are we not doing, why is it so hard? So I think partly it is hard for people like in my role who feel like they have to come up with these symbols, because that's what many employees kind of demand. I think secondly, it's hard, and somebody actually asked that question in the Q&A, because of legal constraints. I mean, certainly in this country, so I advise a number of other companies, but also I'm an advisor for the UK government's Equalities Office. So I'm familiar with some other legal systems. So in this country, it's particularly hard because of, fear of legal action. Yep. And so companies try to avoid often going into the systems. But if I may say one more word, I mean, what I have seen work, or what I would say is the worst outcome. So the worst, I get that. So companies would think, well, if I don't count, if I don't look, I don't know, so I cannot be held accountable. It's not evidence that I have to reveal. But they fear it's even worse to know and not do anything. But here's what I think is the best outcome. So I totally get it. If you know and don't do anything, that's bad. Bad for all kinds of reasons, not just for legal reasons, also bad for moral reasons and for business reasons. But there's a third possibility, knowing and doing something. And as Renee said before, the evidence is really mounting. I mean, we're understanding better what works and what doesn't work. And so we can do something. It's not going to happen overnight, but we can do something. And that also is legally valuable, as in showing that we've understood the problem and we're on the journey. We're making progress. It's not, super fast, but we're on that journey. And so that's my hope, that in the end, even though progress is slow, we're seeing these champions that show us that, in fact, Unilever is one example. You can get to 50-50 now in terms of gender, for example. And that was a goal that they set themselves. And then they took the respective actions to get there.
Yep, absolutely. And, Renee, I'd love to turn it over to you, because obviously, there's a tremendous amount of evidence, that unfortunately bias continues in the investment process. There was a study recently showing that, women are funded at half the rate of men. And, there's and just even that study that came out showing that people speak differently and ask women entrepreneurs different questions than they do male entrepreneurs. As a woman entrepreneur who's raised close to $60 million, I can tell you all of that is true. So just curious as to your thoughts on what we can really do to effectively mitigate, bias, particularly in sort of the investor community and the tech community.
Yeah, so I can kind of talk about this from a couple angles. So I'd say in the tech industry at large, we're dealing with, and if you're kind of looking at Silicon Valley, structural racism, sexism, working in an industry where you're the minority, it's male dominated, and it's often a toxic workplace. And it tolerates behavior that is unacceptable. And I remember, in 2014, thinking about how do you improve the workplace culture in tech, where the culture and practices are defined by the majority. Mm-hmm. And kind of watching over time of what companies can do and have done about the quote unquote diversity problem, just the pace of change has been glacial. And thinking about how do you disrupt that? Yep. And when I was in the tech industry, before I left, I led a study of people of color in the workplace and the challenges around progression and retention. And it starts, from the recruitment process and all sorts of efforts to hire more people in. But then people kind of ask, well, why are they all leaving? Why is it so hard for people of color to progress in the tech workforce? And that experience really defined how I view kind of this topic of inclusion by design. We surveyed thousands of people, we interviewed hundreds of people over the years, and it's just clear it's not one company's challenge. These are across the workplace for the tech industry, across the investor community as founders are trying to raise. And in the tech workplace in particular, one of the challenges we saw was that middle managers who have so much power over our daily lives, often white and Asian men, just often don't care at all about inclusion. And when you look at data across tech companies, it's often like a funnel. There's more representation of women and people of color at the bottom. And as you go up, the representation decreases and there's just so few women in leadership. And again, with the investor community, as you're walking into that room to pitch an investor and that whole panel is men, it's just this constant bias being reinforced. And I've heard just so many stories in my interviews about the challenges of Black women in particular. I remember, this woman telling me, like, the idea is that, like, you're going into work, it's like you have a bank account and chips come out each time there are microaggressions against you. When you get passed up for promotion, when you get, you're trying to create a bridge with majority folks and they don't try back. And some days chips go in, but when those chips are out and your bank account is empty, it's time to leave. And I think that's the challenge. It's so many women, people of color, leave the tech workforce when that bank account feels empty. And being the only one in the room over and over again, whether it's in a boardroom or in a meeting or when you're pitching investors, you're pushing up against a system and it's tiring. And the diversity training often focuses on women or on the people of color. Like, you need to learn how to be trained to navigate this. Versus,
As Dr. Lemon said, it's not Black people's responsibility to fix racism, right? And same with
exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I think we've got some, great questions coming in. So, one of them, I think, speaks to your point. How can we have companies be more open to measurement, right? And I think we've talked about this because there was a great example set by Massachusetts and the Equal Pay Act that was passed there, right? Where basically you were facing the same problem there, right? People didn't want to look because you might have a problem. And I mean, we face this all the time at Pymetrics because we leave a paper trail and people are afraid and would rather continue with biased human processes than implement a technology which could be far less biased, but it leaves a paper trail. So let's not go there, right? And so I think that there is a model for how to improve things, to create some legislative options for essentially allowing companies to look. And if there's a problem, giving them essentially a grace period to fix it, right? I mean, do you want to say more as to kind of how that worked? And I think what that looks like in terms of what some examples could be in this hiring space?
Yeah, so I think both the legislator, of course, can design public policies that help us debias our systems. That can be on pay equity, could also be around numbers, around diversity goals. I mean, some other countries, not the US, some European countries have set quotas for themselves and for their companies, boards, for example. So that's certainly very powerful, but it also hints a little bit at an instrument that really any organization has at their disposal. And that's related to one of the questions that came earlier. So, what does work? I mean, I wrote the whole book on that. So I'm very passionate about that question, but let me start with one that actually, I don't think I had completely absorbed when I wrote the book in 2016, and that is the role of goals. That just managers are so used to managing towards certain goals, right? This could be cost savings, this could be sales, this could be marketing, this could be just all kinds of numbers that we can observe. And so I'm a big fan of organizations. As I'm saying, this can happen without the legislator. And I'm a big fan of companies which have set goals for themselves, and goals have to be aspirational. So can't be too easy, but also can't be too hard. So it shouldn't feel like, okay, not in 50 years we'll get there. And then you have to set sub goals. So then you have to kind of, start with the big goal, like maybe that's, I'm going to go with gender just for simplicity, maybe that's 50-50, but then you have to break it down. What does it mean for senior leadership? What does it mean at each level? And I know I'm super aspirational for the tech sector. So, but then you have to break it down for each level. And then you have to give your managers the tools to get there, to think about how they can achieve it, but also you have to hold them accountable. And in some cases, that means it has to be pay relevant. But I've also seen successes mentioned Unilever before, where it was successful even without pay, even without the goal being pay relevant. So I think that's quite important. I'll give you one other example. We recently worked with a tech company in Silicon Valley, and what we did for them was to kind of suggest the goal of proportionality. So still true in most companies, including in the tech, not perfectly, but still true that often we have this, and Renee alluded to that before, we have this pyramid where we have more diversity at the entry level and then less at the top. So what if we said, proportionality means that every upper level should be as diverse as the level below. So you hire proportional to people graduating, and then you promote proportional to the people you have at the entry level. So eventually, that structure looks like this and doesn't look like this. So I think with goals, you can be quite intentional. And also helpful in helping managers to, in fact, understand what it means to promote diversity. And that's just, by the way, I'm sure we'll talk more about inclusion. This is just numbers. So I know we can't stop with numbers, but numbers sadly are almost a necessary condition for us not to tokenize the few people who are the only African-American, for example, woman in a certain role.
Yep, absolutely. Renee, what do you think about practices you've seen be effective either in tech or in the investment community? And we had one person ask specifically, how do we address the middle manager issue? I don't know if you have an answer for that, but just in general, what have you seen that's worked?
Yeah, so I think just reiterating the importance of what Iris just said about stated goals, I think that's like a baseline piece of, I'm watching a company like Intel, they stated a goal that they were going to have full representation of women and underrepresented groups by 2020, and they beat their goal. So that meant stating it, but having full transparency about the progress against that. And that's the part where tech companies often just don't want to release their data, and it's gotten better over time. But I would say a couple other things that I've seen, is tying the progress to compensation and bonuses, especially for groups like middle managers. I've also seen a practice like it's called the warm line of, when that, get back to my analogy about the bank account, when the bank account's empty, there's a place you can call that's not HR. That is a neutral body. Oftentimes employees think that HR is advocating for the company. And being able to call a more of a neutral body that to talk through, what are my options? My manager is making my life awful. For these things, I don't feel comfortable reporting X or Y. How do you talk to someone to get through that? And are there other options for you because the company wants to retain you? Things like that. I think, and I often, having Iris on the call, I often, when I'm talking to companies, say, hey, look at this list of 10 great things that Iris and her team have researched for years and know what works. Use them when you're hiring, anonymizing resumes, use them when you're trying to retain people, because these are the things you need when you're doing your, your assessments for promotions.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that, the What Works report that was put out just, a month ago, I guess at this point, Iris, was really impactful in terms of a bunch of academics and others contributing to some practices. So we should definitely, put that in the chat potentially window. I'll find it and put it in the chat window for everyone to look at, because I think it speaks to, looking at process, setting goals, accountability, metrics, anti-bias technology. I mean, there are a lot of options out there, and I think it's just educating people on, what those options are. One thing I'd love to turn to, because we're talking about, all these things related to, sort of evaluation. And one thing that always strikes me is how we evaluate people is rife with bias at so many places. And I think, it was interesting, Iris, we spoke about this years ago, where there's a technology called Applied that helps you essentially, anonymize resumes. And you said even though you had seen all the research, right, you had a tough time initially using it because there were certain data points on that resume that you thought you really wanted to have access to, right? And I think it's so interesting because, when we work with companies, we can show them oftentimes that when they look at hard metrics, our tool predicts performance. But when they start looking at things like performance reviews, which again, Iris, I'd love to hear your thoughts on those because they are so rife with bias again, that there are so many different places where I think we have to intervene, not just in the intake, but then also in the whole life cycle. So do you want to just say two things about how you can think about performance reviews in a less biased way?
Yep, I'm very happy to, although I have to tell you, Frida, I think that's an area where much more research still has to happen for all the reasons you just described. I mean, this is, they're even called, right, subjective performance evaluation. So they are subjective, so they're not objective, and we know that. And then as soon as I say subjective, we know biases are going to kick in. So I want to tell you about one of our very recent studies where we worked with a big financial services company, which is headquartered in the US, but multinational. And we got access to all of their performance data. And that's rare, by the way. This is really rare that a company gives you that kind of access. So this was very interesting, of course, for us. And here's the pattern that we found. And it might speak to many people who are now on our call here. So we looked at, so by the way, I should take a step back. So what this company is doing is what many companies are doing. They ask their employees first to self-evaluate, and then share those self-evaluations with their managers.
Sure.
And so it doesn't require rocket science to imagine that my self-evaluation is going to influence how Renee perceives me. And so that was our concern. So that's literally why we wanted to work with this company. And then the company was interesting to us in particular because they had a glitch in the system in 2016 where they didn't share those self-evaluations. So for a researcher, this is like, hallelujah, it's super interesting. It's like almost like an experiment. But that's actually not even the most interesting we found. So I'm just going to take a little more time to tell you. So we looked at these self-evaluations, right? How can we explain or understand the ratings that people give themselves? And we found significant gender differences. So again, nobody knows objectively how we work, but women on average give themselves significantly lower self-ratings. And women of color give themselves even lower self-ratings than white women. So that's now the managers now see this, right? And now they evaluate you. And now we saw, sadly, a really scary pattern. We saw that managers correct. So let's imagine we're starting here with women giving themselves lower evaluations. Managers now lift white women up. So they try to correct for that self-stereotyping, I'm going to call it self-stereotyping, right? So women keep themselves low for lots of reasons. They might fear backlash if they are more self-confident for lots of reasons, but but managers actually close that gap. So think of this as the gap between men and women. So managers did a great job in this company closing the gap for white women, but not for women of color in particular. And this is now just specifically for the US because we can't broadly speak about race for the world because race means such different things in different parts. It's just US. In particular for Black women and Hispanic women and men, I should say. In fact, managers don't correct. So while discouraging, of course, that we, that they start down here and managers don't lift them up. That was super useful for this company to know. So companies which are afraid of the data, I should tell them that, many companies, in fact, at least that I work with, and I totally get that that's selection bias. They wouldn't call me if they weren't interested. So the companies I work with, they kind of want to do the right thing. And yes, they're scared of legal and lots of other considerations, and they don't quite know, all of that. But they kind of want to get there. So just doing the wrong thing is not helpful. So anyway, so they had actually focused on gender for quite a bit. And just to finish the thought so everyone understands why they could close the gender gap, they asked their managers to calibrate. So managers always calibrated for women and men, and kind of to see that on average, of the 50 people that I supervise, let's say 15 or 20 women that I supervise, on average, these ratings are calibrated. They did not do that for race, and they didn't do it for race because of sample size, Because then they said, I have one African-American woman in my team of 50, which is not unusual for financial services or the tech sector. How can I now compare my one woman with the 49 other people?
Yep.
So this is actually not a problem that is not solvable. What the company is now doing, they just merge various managers. So instead of looking at 50 data points by manager, they're now looking at 500 data points for 10 different managers. And so now, you still have a small sample. You must still only have 5, but still 5 is much better than 1, and you're starting to see a pattern. So calibration can work, but you have to kind of know your data. And I'm going to finish the intervention. So not sharing self-evaluations helped women, but did not help my people of color problem. And why? Because as I just told you, the women self-evaluated more harshly. So if managers didn't see that, they actually started much higher. So they weren't anchored so low by women, but because they hadn't solved that problem, they hadn't fixed anything for people of color beforehand, the intervention didn't work. So that's another, and that's my last sentence, sorry for being so long, but one intervention doesn't always solve every diversity problem. And I think that's also hard for companies to understand, that sadly, we just have to measure. We have to understand, because different dynamics can drive different underrepresented groups.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. Oh, are we still there?
Yes.
Great, wonderful.
Oh, sorry.
I worry about seconds.
Frida, I totally get it. I think I didn't lower my end of the sentence because I wanted to keep going, but then I self-disciplined and said, like, okay, you should just stop here. And I stopped.
Fine. Renee, give us some hope around what are some of the interventions that you think have been successful, either in the investing or specifically in investing. I think that would be a great thing for our audience to hear a little bit about, because last year I heard this extremely disturbing statistic by a woman named Stephanie Lampkin, who's the CEO of Glendor. And basically she said, I think there were 40 African-American women who had raised more than $1 million. Now that is, I don't have words. So what do you think we can possibly do to have some improvement in the investor community?
Yeah, so I think, one thing that we've been thinking about is how do we look at this holistically?
Yep.
So the tech companies, the investor community, the founders, and it taking a very intentional lens around women of color. And so one of the things that we, probably like 18 months ago, we're sitting in a conference room trying to figure out, again, back to that, like we think about big ideas and pressure test them with all these experts. We started thinking about, can we design a tech ecosystem from the ground up that is inclusive? And we had been looking at, Silicon Valley, where these practices have been entrenched for almost 30 plus years. And how can we look beyond and look for hope, as you're saying? So we started thinking about, what if we went to started looking at the emerging tech hubs in the United States, outside of Silicon Valley, ones that are emerging both from, the tech companies are gaining momentum, but also the founder scene is dynamic. The AI scene is incredible. It's taking off. And so we incubated and launched this past January something called Gender Equality in Tech Cities, or Get Cities. And basically with the idea that Get Cities is designed to accelerate the representation of and leadership of women in tech across the ecosystem through the development of these inclusive tech hubs, and create some kind of lighthouse or model for other cities to follow. And so the idea is basically to bring together stakeholders across the tech ecosystem, the venture players, the entrepreneurs, corporates, higher education, to shape these emerging tech hubs, to have inclusion at the core. And also with the idea that in pursuit of innovation, revenue, this is not like a quote unquote diversity initiative. This is around success as a tech ecosystem that becomes a model. And so that's what we're doing. And we're working with these players that are looking at, how do you support Black and Latinx female founders,
Yep.
a group called Digital Undivided, All Raise, which is a group focused on supporting more women in the venture space, more women in VC, more women as female founders. How do you create and shift the balance so that we're really promoting and supporting these women? So I think that is one thing that I'm really excited about. I do think, you know, as our goal is to develop these tech hubs and get cities hubs over the next 5 years to do 3 cities. So we've started in Chicago.
Yep. Yep. I think that's a great point. And I mean, you know, I think one of the things that is most sort of frustrating to me is when we see, we won't name names, you know, investors looking at investing in people of color as a, you know, some sort of a diversity program, to your point. And I think, you know, all of the data show that unfortunately, and I'll never forget this study, you know, where they basically had people evaluate, you know, this was men and women, but I'm sure it's true of any bias, of similarly qualified candidates. And actually it took more pointing out a woman's qualifications for her to get hired over an underqualified male. And this was in STEM, right? And so I think we really have to change the narrative that somehow including more women, more people of color, whatever the underrepresented group is somehow, you know, a philanthropic goal. It is actually, you are undermining the potential of your organization if you don't have a more, you know, a more diverse workforce. And I think it's hard to change the mindset because for so long, you know, the sort of image of the successful business person, for example, was, you know, a very homogenous image, right? And I think but, you know, all of the data show that diversity improves ROI and whatnot. So I do think we have to move away from that narrative. So, you know, moving to kind of, you know, we have a lot of really interesting questions coming in from the audience. You know, one of the questions, you know, specifically around, you know, I think relates to some of the, you know, recent events, let's put it that way. You know, how do we develop effective and interactive trainings for more privileged individuals who are not necessarily bought in to the idea of unconscious bias and systemic racism and its impact on the corporate workspace? I personally would love an answer to that. Not sure if we can figure it out on this webinar today, but what do you guys think? Because I think that is a huge problem, and you know, there are levels of bought in, and I think we can all improve. We as human beings all have bias, and we can all look to ourselves first. But then I think that there are still segments that really don't really believe that it's an issue or that it's their issue necessarily. And so what do you think, do we know anything from a data perspective that we think can be helpful? Because I do think that's a big part of the conversation. So thank you for asking that.
Yeah, thank you. This is such a hard question that we're also grappling with. So let me start with a downer first, and then I am going to try to lift us up a little bit at the end. But so Frank Dobin is a colleague of mine, and I think he also wrote with Alexander Kolev in the What Works summary that Frida referred to. But they examined diversity trainings, and often mandatory trainings are worse than voluntary trainings. That's what I'm saying is the downer. Right? But it wouldn't necessarily surprise you that maybe they will more likely to lead to backlash because you force people who don't care, or maybe worse, to take them. So that's my downer. And I can't say, you know, anyone I think has cracked this nut, but let me try a slightly different attack. So we're doing research right now on the bystander training. Right, so that's a little different. So we're indirectly now trying to approach the problem. And I'm not saying we shouldn't keep trying to debias, you know, mindsets as much as you possibly can, but it is a bit more actionable. And we tend to be less defensive in bystander trainings, right? Because this is now not about me being the bad person, but this is me, the helper. And then now to enable me to help requires some training, some tools. And what I also like about many of these trainings, they're very tooly. So very specific. Here's, you know, they start from microaggressions in a meeting. How do you intervene in a meeting if somebody else is being given credit for a comment? How can you do that gracefully without leading to backlash and without undermining the person you actually want to help? So it starts from small quotation marks, to bigger challenges. Now, again, I'm not saying we have solved that yet, but if you ask me what do I think is the most promising approach right now, then I would point to bystander training. And there were lots of bystanders. Again, we don't want to have to relive everything we've have experienced in not just recently, but in the last many years. But there were lots of bystanders who could have done something and they didn't. So that would be my best approach right now.
How about you, Renee? What do you think?
Yeah, so I would say a couple things. One is, just this basic fact that last year there was a World Economic Forum study, and it estimated it would take 208 years to achieve gender equality in the US at the current pace of change. And it's too slow. And clearly the world is impatient for change in equity. The state of the world showcases what happens when there is mass inequality. And companies, it's been interesting watching the last few weeks even of companies stepping up and making statements, putting in funds, trying to do quick reforms. And just the idea that it's critical to diversify these companies, but also the leadership, and ensure that there's a non-toxic workplace that doesn't tolerate racism, sexism, bullying, hateful, it's done. People are fed up at this point. And I think that, a couple things that I've been seeing that I feel like are glimmers of hope for me is one is the employee activism. Yep. So I've been watching, the role that tech employees hold. Tech employees hold power as a collective, and have been pushing the workforce to start moving and changing. Whether it's employees writing letters to CEOs, walking out. These practices, especially because tech talent is so coveted, are pushing companies to change and to react and reflect. Even, last week, watching tech company after tech company starting to make changes on police usage of facial recognition software.
Yep.
That again is a glimmer of there's momentum. I'm hopeful that the momentum plus all the research, the best practices, and the good things we can learn from these exemplars and companies and leaders and individuals are doing this well, we can start seeing the system change.
Yep.
Renee, Frida, can I jump in just for a second and build on what Renee just said in passing, because it relates to something we talked about earlier. And that is, I don't think any of us, I know none of us is saying technology is always better, right? So sometimes technology, of course, makes bias worse. You all know the literature, and if the machine learning, and if the data is bad data or trained on the past, we just replicate the past or even make it worse. So I do think that's not what we're saying. But basically, we're saying both humans and algorithms can be biased, but algorithms can be audited more easily than millions and millions of humans. Algorithms can also create more pain, right? Because once you have one, it can spread everywhere. So I think that's what we're working through here in our discussion, that you just have to keep monitoring, keep measuring. And if you develop an algorithm like Frida's company did, Pymetrics, you have to constantly measure and evaluate the impact. And that's what generally I think we're asking any tech company to do, not just internally. Clearly measure the diversity of your population, but also measure the impact of the products that you produce.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that actually ties in also to some of the, so we're fairly read into these legislative initiatives that are happening in the area of audited algorithms and so on. And we do see, some really promising initiatives, the state level, at the local level, and at the federal level, that are really calling for these algorithms to produce greater transparency. And I think that in calling for algorithms to have greater transparency, which we fully support, because if your algorithms have nothing to hide, you shouldn't be against it, you should be for it. I think actually it just means we should have greater transparency in all of these processes. That I think is the sort of end state is that, you know, right now, the way that we run HR is very much like the way we run the Environmental Protection Agency. You know, we have some guidelines, people try to follow them, but the only time that we look into it really is when, you know, there's a huge oil spill and then we get, you know, they get brought to the regulatory agency and they get fined some massive amount of money. I think much better would be to run more like the FDA, where in order to be using these processes and tools and everything else, you had some sort of a, you know, governance system up front where it said, you know, these are the types of, you know, processes or technologies or whatever that have been, you know, essentially deemed to be, anti-bias or, you know, diversity friendly or whatever the case may be, you know, and I know that that seems like a stretch because we're not there yet, but I do think that there are initiatives, we're familiar with some in any case, where we're moving towards that type of a situation. And it is very much like the Equal Pay Act in Massachusetts, Iris, where, you know, there's really a desire. We see it all the time. HR professionals really, in many cases, do want to have more of an open book, but it really is this climate of legal fear that, oh gosh, if I look and then, you know, something bad happens and then, you know, XYZ. So I'm hopeful that especially in this day and age with all of the challenges that we see with sort of the current state of affairs, that we can push towards a more transparent process in many of these places. And I think that, you know, again, sunlight is the best disinfectant. So hopefully that will be helpful. What other thoughts have we not touched upon in the last, you know, 9 minutes that we have left? And I'll also scour the chat window and other places for, you know, thought-provoking questions. Renee, what do you think we've missed in this conversation?
I mean, I think oftentimes people ask, you know, okay, what can I do? I'm a student or I'm trying to get a job. And I think a couple of things that I reflect on is just like, you know, the workforce today is not easy, especially for women of color, but as a whole, just getting used to and getting more comfortable leaning on each other, learning from each other, reaching out to leaders and just staying in touch with those people who may have championed you for 5 minutes, you know, leaning on them. And then just for leaders, I think it's, if you're a woman in a position of power, I'm often asked, you know, what do those people, what should they be doing? And it's really thinking about, you know, mentoring or sponsoring another woman in the workplace or opening up your network. That's an easy thing to do. But opening up networks, opening up power structures to just help other women get those critical first internships and being an ally in the workplace. I think that we can all do our part to change these norms and policies, and just pushing for, you know, career advancement for women, for people of color.
Iris, what do you think we've missed?
So I wanted to give a bit of a shout out to the work that you're doing, Renee, at Pivotal, because I truly believe that we have to showcase that this can be done. And I mean, that's my interpretation a bit of what you're trying to do with these cities, right? To really create the whole ecosystem and pull all levers that are at our collective disposal and show that, you know, this is actually possible. Of course, now we live in a very, very special time for lots of reasons. But that's also something I would encourage organizations to do. You know, don't necessarily try, if you can't change the whole organization from today to tomorrow, you can't. But pick a department, start somewhere, pick a country, pick a group, to showcase that diversity works and that, you know, we can make that happen. So that's kind of my first thought, that we shouldn't always kind of start from, you know, if we can't fix the whole world, you know, let's give up. That's very human to have that feeling, and it can be totally overwhelming. So I'm not blaming anyone. I'm running often as well, but pick something small that seems manageable and that you can change, and then that can become a role model for others. And then my second comment that is just something that we haven't talked about, that, you know, individuals can do, that people can do. Become micro sponsors for each other. Become that person in the meeting, you know, who points out the microaggressions. And because we all know that once we have experienced microaggressions, it's very, very hard for us to raise the hand and say, you know, I wasn't allowed to speak, or wasn't part of the meeting, or was overlooked or uninterrupted, whatever. But somebody else can do this for you. And then you in return can become that micro sponsor. And I think that's an easy, again, you know, very concrete and easily identifiable and doable task that all of us could start doing, you know, right after this meeting.
Yeah. And I want to say, Sorry, go
I
ahead.
would say one more thing. It's just, I also think that a lot of the groups working in this space, whether it's a tech company, a nonprofit, people pushing to diversify investors, often do that in their own corners,
Yeah.
Without connecting, without aligning agendas. I think that there's a huge opportunity
Yes.
to simply align agendas and like kind of get onto the same path. Yep. Because we're all trying to do things in that space. I think that that's something I see as hopeful as well.
I completely agree. And, yes, I couldn't agree more. Then the question is how, but I couldn't agree more, because I think a lot of people do have like-minded agendas. And, you think like, oh, well, we're all working towards the same goal, so we don't really need to get together and talk about it. But, but I agree. The other thing is, I think personally, and this is a hard thing, but I think it's very important. I think, as somebody who, I'm sure everyone on this panel cares about these issues, think sometimes if we're pushed to do more, sometimes you can sort of say, well, I'm already doing X, Y, Z. But I really think it is important to always look at ourselves as well. And I'm not trying to, browbeat or whatever, but I just think it's important, because I think we can do more, and nobody is blind. Or we're all blind, I should say, from our own, of our own weak spots, and I just think it's super important, because I think we can get to a point where we're like sort of feeling comfortable, or, X, Y, and Z. And it's like, it's always good to be open-minded about what else we can think about and do and whatnot. And I think somebody said it best recently where, and I don't know if you guys relate to this, but I think, in the last couple of weeks, I would say there's been a tremendous amount of discomfort, in meetings and this and that. And it's a good thing. I say, I think it's a good thing, because I think it's all making us question, what else can we do? You know what I mean? And what are these assumptions that I'm, might have held that I need to think more about? I guess all I'm trying to say is, I think being uncomfortable is, not something that like I was taught was a good thing. It was like, oh, you should, get good grades and do this, and, and everything will be fine. But I think actually feeling uncomfortable about certain things that, are really front and center these days is actually something we should embrace. I know that sounds potentially like a weird thing to say, but I think it's just a sign that it's really it's making us shake our foundations of what we're thinking, and how can we do more, and what can we do differently. So I think it's good. Well, wonderful. I think, there are too many. It's been a fantastic discussion, just based on the amazing amount of chats and questions that we've had. And I just want to thank, Iris and Renee for, leading us on such a insightful, wonderful conversation. And I think one last thing, I would love for you guys to just offer your last bit of, why we should feel hopeful about this issue, especially in these days, rather than not. Because I think that's another challenge for everybody, is like, how do you take, to your point, like just pick a small problem, but then sometimes you can feel overwhelmed by just all of the amount of change that needs to happen. So I'll start with you, Renee, go backwards. What is one thing that you would say to the audience to leave thinking we can do this? What's your thought?
There is momentum happening, and just unprecedented change and sound and voice around these topics over the last 2 years. So I would say just there's hopefulness there. I also think there's to find out more about what we're doing, there's a website called Equality Can't Wait, and you can follow it on Twitter or LinkedIn, et cetera. But a lot of momentum, and we're looking for, partners and others on this journey to kind of do that alignment, and fellow travelers to push this together.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think taking action in whatever way you can is always a good way to make sure that, people, that you can retain that hope. And I just put the website in the chat window for everybody. And last but not least, Iris, what are your thoughts and your parting thoughts of hope?
Organizations like the two on the screen right now give me hope. And I mean that not just to flatter my co-speakers, but I mean that quite seriously. I'm heartened that Melinda Gates is supporting the work on diversity, equity, and inclusion, including my own. That's how Renee and I have gotten to know each other quite well. We need the resources, right? We need, when we think about climate change, we've been we understood that we need research support to better understand climate change and combat climate change. That hasn't been a realization in the diversity, equity, inclusion space for quite some time. And so that gives me hope that we finally put the rigor, the evidence, the passion behind kind of this very important topic. And then secondly, I am also super excited about the many new technologies, including yours, Frida, but the many new technologies you mentioned, Applied, you mentioned Blendor, you know, there are a number. And that gives me a lot of hope that it will be easier for all of us to do this right.
We'll be talking about those technologies in half an hour if anyone's interested, not to give a shout out, but just if anyone's interested. I want to thank you both all so much. Thank you very much for this amazing conversation. And thank you to Power to Fly for making this happen.
Thank you all. Dr. Foley, that was amazing ushering of the conversation. And Iris, Renee, both of you, just fantastic. I've been taking notes the whole time myself. So this has been wonderful. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So a couple things to move on to our next talk. But I want to go through a few reminders. So one, if you are looking to earn SHRM credits from today's talk, don't forget that the code is in the top left corner. And then other general housekeeping as a reminder to all of our guests today, your camera and audio will remain off for the duration of the talk, but we do want to hear from you. So feel free to throw your questions in the chat, throw your comments in the chat, throw your questions in the Q&A. We're going to get to as many as possible. If you would be so kind as to check out our code of conduct in the chat, this is just to ensure that we all have a good experience today. And we totally welcome open discussion. The last discussion has all been great, but as a reminder, comments perceived as bullying or discriminatory or harassment will absolutely not be tolerated, and we will remove you from this chat and the whole conference. Remember as well that we've got lots of different talks going on, so feel free to stay here. We're gonna have a great talk in just a second. We have other great ones that you can check out. So without further ado, I'd like to dive into the upcoming talk. So this is going to be Empty Allyship, using data journalism to reveal truths over rhetoric. We're going to be joined by Labrina Loving, who's a senior software engineer with Microsoft, and Cheryl Dorsey, the founder of The Plug and Build Good. So this is going to be led by our very own Diana. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time seeing if Diana's on. Oh, there she is.
I'm here.
Diana is Power to Fly's own Director of Global Diversity and Inclusion, Learning and Development. Diana, I'm very happy to pass it off to you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right. So we have Labrina and Cheryl. We're both on. Are you guys good?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're super excited to have you and for us to be having this conversation. I guess a great way to start is, if you all don't mind, if you want to introduce yourselves, and then looking forward to a conversation after that.
Awesome. All right, I guess I'll get started. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
Perfect. Awesome. All right. Again, my name is Cheryl Dorsey. I am the founder of The Plug. Initiative is a digital news insight platform specifically covering the Black innovation economy. And essentially what that means is I work to provide a journalism platform that really covers what's happening, what trends are shaping Black startups, entrepreneurship, investment, and sort of this conversation we're having about the future of work and kind of who's involved, how cities are responding, and just all this activity that we're starting to see around innovation, access, and opportunity. I also established a hub in Charlotte called Black Tech Charlotte, essentially just kind of a meeting and networking based organization that helps Black techies and entrepreneurs really gather together for social capital, connecting with investors, connecting with potential, coworkers or talent, and connecting the greater community to Black techies and talent, just from a representation standpoint. And I co-founded that with my co-founders, Zenobia Bedford and Frida Hindley. So.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, Labrina.
So, hello everyone. Can you guys hear me?
It's a little low.
Okay.
There
So
you
my
go.
name is that better? Okay,
Yeah.
awesome. So my name is Labrina Loving. I am a senior software engineer at Microsoft. So I basically am the person that gets to go and represent Microsoft in front of CXO level executives and talk about our technology, help them kind of bring their digital innovation and move that forward. And that's sort of my day job. But in addition to that work, I actually do a ton of work with a number of organizations driven towards helping evolve the next STEM folks in our world. So I love working with Black Girls Code, Tech Girls. I also work with a number of organizations in the DC area, like Black Code Collective, which is an awesome group of software engineers and other engineers that are creating safe spaces for engineers that are people of color to talk about and sort of support each other. I also do a lot of work with entrepreneurship incubations throughout the DC area. So I am a super ally, super supportive, and really just looking to bring on more people that look like me in the workplace. So I'm glad to be here for this discussion.
Thank you so much for that. And again, thank you all for being here. And I know we don't have a ton of time, so I'm going to jump into a couple of our questions. So this first one is for you, Sherelle. The Plug recently published a spreadsheet that shows companies that made statements to support the Black community, as well as how many Black people were actually employed there, which is super interesting. Can you give us a little insight on what your findings were?
So it's pretty unprecedented. I just want to start there for the sort of challenges around police brutality, the recent killing of George Floyd, among Breonna Taylor and others who have lost their lives at the hands of police who did not de-escalate situations. And this is really the first time, at least in my lifetime, where I have seen those that are kind of most powerful in driving commerce take a stand to speak out against some of the blatant racist activities that have really shaped the last few years. And so my team and I, as we were starting to see this flood of CEOs take a stand, it was critical for us, just from a reporting standpoint, to understand, well, how many people are actually coming out about this? Because 4 or 5 years ago, when Mike Brown was killed in Ferguson, there was a lot of silence. I think maybe Twitter and maybe a handful of companies probably were the only ones that actually said something. And so this was like, wow, like this is very different. And so we started tracking, started asking people like, hey, do you know of any other companies that are making statements? So within like a few hours, people were tagging us and sharing things. And we started to just add them into this data set that we were planning to just use for reporting a story. Then we said, you know what, let's go ahead and like share this out in the wild. And we've done that with several of our indexes. But the idea was not just to show the statements in and of themselves, but then to also understand how did those statements actually match up with how representation looked and felt at some of these companies. And of course, the data points can help us and make some inferences around like, well, what does racial equity actually look like internally? Because that's really where it starts. It's not just kind of speaking up and speaking out and making a donation. It is also systems change even within our own organizations. Part of the challenge in collecting some of that data was the vast majority of companies, like less than 45% actually had diversity data shared. A lot of times companies over 100 employees are required to report to the Equal Opportunity Employment Commission. However, that information is completely confidential. So we're not able to kind of create some granularity around that particular data per company. We just get to look across industry and job type. So for the companies that actually do provide diversity reports and they're honest and truthful about, okay, here's how many people of color and Black people we have at our companies. Even if we're able to get that data, a lot of times they're not sharing what that looks like across leadership roles and positions. So like, let's take, for instance, Amazon, right? Like Amazon says, okay, we have 26.5% of our workforce are Black. But it doesn't talk to you about the over, 110 warehouses it has worldwide and 265, employees, like what breaks down into warehouse positions versus corporate positions. And then even at the warehouse level, who's considered a manager versus maybe an hourly employee. So I think that this really shocked the system for so many of us, because it was the first time a lot of us were seeing some of these holes and gaps and challenges in the data in a very transparent way. And it quickly went viral. I think it's been seen by over 60,000 people at this point. And, we had companies reaching out to us in droves, like, hey, we made a statement. And we kind of circle back and say, okay, that's great. Now tell us your numbers. And unfortunately, there's a lot of companies that either don't audit or they say they don't audit, which doesn't make any sense, because if you have over 100 employees, you're required to report this every year. Or they say like, hey, like, listen, our numbers aren't that great. We'll kind of release some of this information later on. We've got to figure out how to do it in a more, public relations-esque type of way. Or, it's not really a primary concern. So this was the project that kind of sparked 1,000 questions about, well, why don't we push for companies being transparent? Yeah. Why are we protecting them behind aggregated data? How do we get to equity and inclusion if companies won't even be realistic about who's actually working for them and who's on their leadership teams? So it's been a challenge. It's been a challenge for sure, but I think one that is going to push us towards greater transparency.
Absolutely. And Labrina, being focused on data yourself, I'd love to just hear your insights or opinion on how we can use data to help move the needle here.
Yeah, I think really some of the big issues is there's data that supports all of the things that we all know that are true, right? Mm-hmm. There is not equitable representation across all of these major companies. Mm-hmm. People of color, women are not getting higher level positions, board level positions at these organizations. And just across the board, there is just not representation. And the data supports that. But then what we do is we sort of try to put different lenses on it so that we can then explain it away, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, well, this happened because of, whatever. We have a number of people of color represented, and like Amazon just said, in the warehouse, but what about in managerial positions or whatever? So what we've got to do is first be completely transparent about the data and be completely open, because I think companies try to kind of PR it away and without being completely honest. We've got to get to a common way of reporting. I think having standards is one really key thing. And also just, being able to be completely open and honest and transparent about what's really happening. Because I think what tends to happen is that we bring in the numbers, and every time there's some CEO that tries to make oh, well, yes, we still are only 4%. We still only have 4% representation of people of color, but we went up from 2.5%. Right. And so we've got to get away from these sort of rose-colored glasses and really admit openly there is a problem. Like, none of these are acceptable. So I just think open, honest, and transparency in the data is the key.
Absolutely. Well, we I love what you said about the data is there to support whatever. I mean, we can pull the data, but now we'll talk a little bit about kind of what that data is showing and any insight you all have on changing some of these things. So one of the things that stands out to me is that, the data definitely shows that within tech companies, university pedigree is one of the largest factors for job screening. And so we see that through our recruiting, we see that through companies, especially as you go into management, et cetera. Me being a former recruiter, I definitely had to fight that quite often. So I'd love to know, what are your thoughts about, with both of you all being in the tech industry, what are your thoughts about companies and hiring managers going outside of the usual university pedigree?
It's such a double-edged sword. I'm sorry, Labrina, if you want to start first, that's fine. Okay.
Go ahead first.
It's such a double-edged sword, right? Because I think in some cases, like, I can say on one end, my degrees did not matter in terms of me getting a job in tech. It was always about my knowledge and my aptitude, as well as sort of what I was able to demonstrate I had produced in the world. Because those were the things in my interviews that people wanted to talk about, right? I also happen to have the best kind of case scenario of working in different environments to really sell myself. And so from learning how to code in high school and working at Microsoft in high school, I was part of an incredible program called the Technology Access Foundation that turned a storefront in the hood and, taught kids of color how to code. And it was like, I was fortunate to be a part of that, to have an experience that I could refer back to my entire life. So, and I'm from Seattle, I'm a Black woman from Seattle. So there were a couple of qualifiers that already kind of made me a bit more appealing, right? And I think that name association, that brand association, and the commonality around like which school you went to, what you participated in, which fellowship, those pattern matching kinds of things are like definitely more based on human nature. And of course, if you are of a certain gender or race, that kind of helps to further that initiative. And then at the same time, I'm a person who did have the opportunity to go to college and then, go to graduate school at an Ivy League school where just, even today, and gone to that exact same school, it provides a sense of ease in terms of the relationship and the conversation. So we can't ignore the realities that there are certain opportunities that are provided based on the way your resume and your educational background is stacked. And unfortunately, that's meant some level of disadvantage for communities of color, and particularly Black communities. And it's highly unfortunate. What I would endeavor to say is, you have companies like Apple and I think even Google who've recently, Tesla, who recently said, listen, we don't care if you have a college degree. We just want to know you're smart and you can do the work. So it's great and noble on the surface. But again, who you determine is smart and can do the work is going to be yet to be broken down. Again, which is why the transparency around who gets hired is going to be significant, and understanding again of like, is there still bias? Even if you remove these things away, even if maybe I just did a boot camp with like Flatiron School or General Assembly, are you still going to take my experience, and the work that I've produced as serious if I'm not, a white male or what have you? And so I think we have to be realistic about the fact that, yes, brand names matter. And then I think secondarily that I think the future, particularly the future of the workforce, is we're starting to see, of course, a lot of these jobs go away, a lot of talent deficits, especially as we battle with this H-1B visa situation and not having a lot of the immigrant talent, to come and help support and drive our companies, which we know that a lot of the tech companies in the US have been started by, immigrant entrepreneurs. And so I think the future leaders, particularly if they're just looking to win, they're gonna have to make some, I don't even want to say concessions, because it's not about concessions. It's about being systems thinkers around, why would I not try to get the best and the brightest and the most talented and the most driven? And regardless of gender or sexual identity or orientation or ability or what have you, you should always just want the best instead of fundamentally locking other people out. I'm hoping that this acceleration towards most of us working from home and working digitally will provide some layer of equity. But again, we can't measure or hold companies accountable if we don't have that particular data.
Absolutely. Yeah. Labrina?
Yeah, and I would just say, I would add that we've got to start getting uncomfortable with that comfortable hire, right?
Yeah.
So immediately as a manager, as a hiring manager, I see a resume, I see a college a university that I'm familiar with,
Right.
and I immediately show my bias because, you know, I went to University of Michigan, so I went to a well-known high school, so I sort of had the same pedigree where, okay, a hiring manager could look at my resume and say, oh, University of Michigan. Oh, okay.
Right.
I don't feel like that's an unknown quantity. I feel comfortable hiring someone that went to the University of Michigan. But what about all the historically Black colleges where there is not going to be a hiring manager, for one, probably even is familiar with the majority of those colleges.
Right.
And so then there's that immediate question when they're looking at the resume, they're going to say, oh, yeah, Hampton. Oh, I don't know that college.
Yeah.
Maybe, right?
Right.
And then already that applicant is behind the 8 ball trying to get hired. So I think we need more people that hiring managers really need to expand what a quality applicant looks like. And that means getting uncomfortable with being comfortable, really.
Yeah.
And then also, I think what I love the number of programs that are coming up that allow people from non-traditional backgrounds, some, not all, of the coding boot camps and things like that provide. And I'm starting to see companies really tap into that resource market, which is great, and provide avenues in other ways. But I just think that in general, hiring managers are still, the majority are white male, and they still are going to continue to hire and look at those backgrounds that they're familiar with. And because they feel anything else is a risk. Yeah. And so we don't want to take that risk, right? Because I'm not familiar with Hampton, so I don't really want to hire someone from there because I don't know, I've never met anyone from there.
Right.
And so we've got to start getting comfortable with getting uncomfortable and expanding what a quality applicant looks like.
Absolutely. And I know from the kind of the HR standpoint, one of the benefits we'll see as senior management does become more diverse is more people that know what Hampton and Howard and North Carolina A&T, because the more Black folks we have in these roles, not only will they know for themselves, will be able to share with their colleagues as well. So that's another kind of benefit there. One of the things that we were, also when we look at university talent, one of the things that we noticed too is that once your senior management starts changing, we talked about like employee referrals and things of that nature, right? And so we tend to, our circles tend to be similar to us, not for everyone, but oftentimes. So the more women you have, the more African Americans, the more Hispanic, et cetera, that we would expect that their employee referrals would increase as well. But with that not being the case for the most part, I'd love to know kind of what are your thoughts about, major way that companies hire people, knowing that specifically, in tech and some other areas, it is kind of full of white males, and that's usually like the number one way we hire. Any thoughts about that? And Labrina, I know with Microsoft.
Yeah, I think, we have, and I've seen another of other tech companies really start looking and expanding where they're hiring. So, we and Google and Amazon, I know they're trying to do a lot of work with HBCUs. They're trying to do a lot of work with other non-traditional sourcing of talent. So I think just as those avenues continue, I think that's the way that we do that. But also I think it's just, again, when you have that kind of narrow ideal of not, they, like, a lot of these companies don't even know all of these programs exist, and they're not aware of that. So I think, again, just being able to expand the purview, and also being able to start, looking and really being open and transparent about helping some of these candidates on what you're looking for. So, what there's sometimes part of the problem is that, there's a lot of insider information that goes on, right, during hiring. So, someone that is looking to get hired at Google, you'll provide them kind of the inside track. And that happens a lot, from white male to another white male, but that information doesn't get trickled down. So women and Blacks and other people of color that go into these interviews are at a disadvantage because they don't have the information. So being able to have I found one thing that we've done, actually how I got hired at Microsoft, was Microsoft had a really like a happy hour, and a number of companies do this, but it gave you an opportunity to really sit down with a bunch of hiring managers one-on-one in a very kind of relaxed environment, and just talk about yourself, talk about what you're looking for. They shared a lot about the company. And I think in that kind of environment where you're having a dialogue and you're getting an opportunity to actually network with a bunch of hiring managers, sort of alleviates that inside track that sometimes white candidates get.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you.
I would like to just quickly add. I'm sorry, look, all the good technology, and it's just the delays, but add to that as well. I think definitely to Labrina's point, like these kind of social environments that provide an opportunity, like relaxed opportunities to meet recruiters, is super significant. And I think that really leads to this idea of your social circles are so critical. And that affiliation, be it from an education standpoint or, being a part of even conferences like this, it helps to expand your social capital, and it helps you to make these introductions. And we have to be realistic. The chances of us meeting someone now in a happy hour setting based on the state of the world right now is going to be highly unlikely over the next year, right? And so now we have to start thinking strategically about, well, how do we create virtual connectivity in order to now become or be considered candidates for opportunities? So it means taking environments like this and creating opportunities to network online, asking people to maybe a digital meetup or what have you, and exercising those things. So I think as much as it is important for these tech companies to be much more diverse in terms of the kind of environments in which they inhabit and the organizations that they work with to develop pipelines, it's also going to be important for us to be visible and to start asking for introductions. I remember when I was at Uber, there was some kid that found my email, sent me his resume, and was like, can you recommend me? And I'm like, I don't know who you are. I'm not going to play, I'm not going to bet on, you being trash potentially, and not that he was, but just, just knowing that, hey, this person was bold enough to reach out, and this white kid, right? He what, clearly had some gusto and some moxie. And I'm like, wow, I would have never done that to a stranger. And now I think there's definitely a lot more tact you can use these days. I think developing and establishing a rapport is going to be critical to that. And I'll say this as well. Again, I had an opportunity in high school to work at Microsoft over the summers as an intern, growing up in Seattle. And I think also I think it's super critical as well for tech companies, especially if they exist in mass and cities, to be creating early opportunities for engagement. Like I remember my first interview for one of the lab manager, like I would work under him, positions was like taking apart and putting a computer back together and testing it for bugs and being able to explain through the entire process. Like that was my whiteboard interview.
Right.
I was probably like 14 or 15 at the time. And I think about how much that opportunity informed the way in which I moved through the world in interviewing and my expectations. Like, and for me and some of my friends that went through the exact same program with me are, at Netflix and Expedia and other kinds of companies. And so, oh, I see. She's back on. Okay, so really quickly. So I think that it's really important as well that we look at these tech companies and ask them to develop these pipelines. I got a Blacks at Microsoft scholarship. They paired me with a mentor. Like think about how many other friends like I was able to tell about this opportunity. And so we have to start in a space where they take it as a corporate social responsibility to say, hey, who are the kids in the community that can also start to be fostered into our environment? And then just lastly, I think that it is also just super, super imperative that we also understand the incentive for employees to recommend their colleague or potential colleagues, because there's also sometimes an equity opportunity for getting additional stock options when you do recommend someone. So we also have to understand that from that perspective of there's a financial and a wealth building incentive for our communities when we bring folks in as well. So we just have to be very, very strategic about how we do that.
Absolutely. All right. Says Abby, are you?
I am here.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. That was excellent.
That 35 minutes went by so quick.
It went by.
We were just getting more. But thank you all so much. I would recommend anyone that is, currently on the chat, if you want to hear more about this, be sure to connect with both Labrina and Sherelle as well. Also, we have several other sessions going on. I hope you ladies will be able to join us as well. And we also have some networking time built in over the next couple of days. So it might be a great way to actually meet people. So thank you all so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Deanna. So I'm going to move it right along so we can dive right into our next chat. Quickly, just a little bit of housekeeping. To all attendees, remember that your camera and audio will remain off for the talk, but we'd love to hear from you. So feel free to add questions into the Q&A and comments into the chat box. If you are looking for SHRM credits, code is in the top left corner, so take a peek there. And always going to reiterate the code of conduct. It's in the chat box. We keep adding it just so everyone's very well aware. We totally welcome open discussion. You guys have all been great so far, but as a reminder, anything that is bullying, discriminatory, or seen as harassment, you're out. You're out from this talk. You're out from the conference. But that is it. Otherwise, happy to dive in with Dr. Poli again on understanding the diversity tech stack, case studies of what works. So no moderator for this one, but happy to pop in later with some questions from the chat. Dr. Poli,
that sounds great. That sounds awesome. Yeah, I think I'll probably have about 20 minutes of presentation. So I think that'll be perfect. Absolutely.
Awesome.
Great. Thanks so much. All right. So really excited. So Abigail, assuming that my screen is showing just fine, is that right?
It is showing just
perfect.
fine.
Okay, great. All right. So for those of you who caught the earlier session, we were talking about what works. And so I thought it would be really great to be able to follow that up with some actual data on the types of technology platforms that we've seen be effective in breaking bias. So let's just start off with a very not good realization that our workforce really doesn't reflect the state of the world. It's quite biased, as you can see, in terms of if you think about what the population is versus corporate America. And so we have to start asking ourselves, why? And the way that we think about it is, humans have huge potential to do many, many amazing things. But unfortunately, there's this thing called bias that constrains people to a very small box of what they could possibly do. And I think we talked about this earlier, but I think it's important to dig in. And again, my background, I was a cognitive neuroscientist for 10 years. So really thought a lot about how does this bias come to be? What is it about the brain that allows us to be both really thoughtful, human beings and also quite biased? Those two things are true of everyone. And I think Daniel Kahneman says it best in his book called Thinking Fast and Slow. We have this fast thinking system. It's this sort of immediate, instinctive, based on patterns. And then we have this slow way of thinking. And, the slow way of thinking is what is, good and humane about human beings. The fast way of thinking is not so great. And that is really where we see bias come into play. And again, as the descriptor would indicate, it happens when you're doing things quickly and not without a lot of thought. So the problem with this fast way of thinking is that it is really not amenable to debiasing. So again, we talked about this earlier, but a 2019 meta-analysis of 30 studies of unconscious bias training find that it does not work. And unfortunately, it is because these fast thinking processes are very, very hard to retrain. They've learned over a long period of time. The analogy I like to give is, imagine you go to one unconscious bias training for a few minutes. Well, Jennifer Lopez goes to the gym 4 hours every day. Maybe if we did unconscious bias training every day, it would work. But unfortunately, that is not the case. So we have to start thinking about, and can also have the unintended consequence of making people feel like now they're not biased and actually being less aware of their biased decisions. However, we do have things that work. And so that's what I'd like to focus this presentation on. And there are a number of things that work. So metrics, having goals, as was mentioned earlier, works. Transparency in our processes can really be very effective. Accountability, there are all sorts of process type things that can really work. My area of expertise is really on the technology that can help us debias our work. I'd love to spend the rest. So I think that you can see bias be introduced, and I want to kind of focus on both because you can't fix bias unless you're thinking both about a pipeline and also the decision-making process. If you only address one aspect of where bias can come in, then you're really kind of missing the broader point. So I do think it's important that we think about both aspects. So the first thing to take a look at is just how does bias work? How does it impact the talent lifecycle? And unfortunately, what ends up happening, whether it's at the pipeline stage or at the decision-making stage, is that if you have a biased filter, what ends up happening is that homogeneous groups of candidates get preferential treatment, as opposed to an unbiased filter that can occur in a bunch of different ways. Well as in our decision-making process. That it's not just a company. I happen to run a company called PyMetrics, but it's actually many companies. And this is just a sampling of them. There are others. I would encourage you to explore all of the different anti-bias technologies that are out there. I think they're important more now more than ever. And this is just a highlight of some of the ones that I'm most familiar with, but there are others. And I would strongly encourage you to look and educate yourself on all of the different anti-bias tech stacks that are out there. So again, let's think about the pipeline. How can we use technology to improve the pipeline? So there are many different ways, and I was just listening to a panel on this that I think was really interesting. The pipeline affects who decides to apply to your job, what language are you using in your job posts, what are the prerequisites for being able to apply, and then an over-reliance on networks and elite institutions. And all of these have been covered pretty much on all the discussions that I've been involved in the last hour or two. So I think it's important to hit on all of them. So if you're not familiar with Textio, Textio is a wonderful technology. Textio allows you to basically take your job description language and or any other language that you're using in your hiring funnel and actually debias it. So they will in real time suggest new words for you, suggest different ways of phrasing things. Instead of calling it a coding ninja, which is more likely to attract men, you can use a different word that is much more inclusive for women and people of color. So basically, it's a data-driven text recommendation for all hiring communications, job descriptions, emails, and so on and so forth. And using Textio, people have really found some pretty impressive changes in the number of women applying to their jobs, as well as the percentage of applications of people from underrepresented minorities also applying to their jobs. So I think it's super important to think even just in the language that you're using to attract candidates. The second thing, and yes, it's a Power to Fly conference, but I wanted to give a shout out to this platform in particular for their ability to really attract high-level women, really qualified women that can then go on to successfully be hired at your company with a much higher hit rate. And the reason that they're so successful is because they're able to attract a much broader group of women that potentially any particular company could, and then put the women that are most suited for the opportunity in front of the hiring manager. So I think it speaks a lot that they were able to convert 10% of women coming to an event into hires for companies. That's pretty impressive. And then the other thing that I think is really important, we don't talk enough about women and people of color's desire or likelihood to apply, and a woman's willingness to apply to a company after she is approached by a Power to Fly event or outreach is 60% greater. And I think that speaks a lot to other aspects of the pipeline problem, which is that women are not thinking of themselves for these opportunities. There's so much data on how women always undersell themselves in terms of their qualifications for jobs. So I think that's super important. Similar to Power to Fly, Jobwell is a platform basically where almost 100% of folks are coming from communities of color, and really very same situation there. They have produced hundreds of thousands of connections between partner companies like American Express and Spotify, and their community. And again, very similar to Power to Fly, 51% of their members who received job offers. So this is actually people that are getting offers were unlikely or very unlikely to have applied without Jobwell. So I think we cannot underestimate the power of these networks that are really designed towards attracting particular communities of underrepresented folks. And I think it's super, super important to keep those in mind as we think about diversifying the workforce. So again, there are others, not meaning to say this isn't a complete, but I just wanted to give a shout out to a couple of platforms that I'm really a big fan of. The second thing, and we hear this all the time from providers that are looking to increase pipeline of underrepresented people, is, well, but then we put them in front of the interview process or the screening process, and then they get screened out. And that's really, really frustrating. So I think when you start thinking about pipeline, you also have to start thinking, how do you debias your decision-making process? And again, it's back to that fast way of thinking. An average recruiter is looking at 250 people for one hire, and they're on average scanning a resume for 6 seconds. There's no way that anything other than your fast bias thinking system is looking at that resume. You could be a wonderful person, but that's the thinking system that's looking at that resume. So let's think about what technologies you can use in this part of the process to think about what metrics you prioritize, what candidates are dropping out, and then you only looking for a teeny bit of a tangent just in terms of what does fairness in hiring actually mean? There's a legal definition. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this. And again, we may think that it's not enough, but it's what we have now, and it is what it is. So fairness in hiring is defined as the 80% rule, okay? And that means that if you have 10 candidates of one group and 10 candidates of another group, you have to select your selection tool has to select no fewer than 8 candidates of group 1 if they're selecting 10 candidates of group 2. Doesn't matter which group it is, doesn't matter male, women, doesn't matter purple, green, it's 8 and 10. And it's known as the 4/5 rule or the 80% rule. Now, the thing I'd like you to focus on is that the two most common hiring screens do not meet this legal standard. And I think that is the thing that we really need to focus on. So cognitive testing, if you guys are familiar with the idea of cognitive testing, it's been around for a long time. It's sort of derived from a somewhat dated concept of IQ testing. It's now been brought into the pre-hire assessment world. And unfortunately, it's used by 60% of hiring companies today. You should go back to your company and find out if you're one of them. Cognitive tests screen in only 3, let's focus on candidates of color, specifically Black candidates, 3 Black candidates for every 10 white candidates. Now that is really, really not good if you are trying to improve the representation of people of color in your company. And I think that we really need to focus on what types of decision-making tools are we using. So that is obviously not a good number at all. Human resume review, which all companies use to some extent, unfortunately the data here are not any better. I mean, they're better, but they're not good either. There was a 30-year meta-analysis of resume review that was done, and I'll put the study in the chat window later, basically showed that despite, in over 30 years, just ending in the last couple of years, despite the fact that diversity training and all these things have happened, human resume review only passes along 7 Black candidates for every 10 white candidates. And we know this because it's a simple study that they do whereby they take the exact same resume and they literally change the name from John to Jamal, or some name that sounds like it's from a person of color. And that simple change, nothing about the resume, means that Jamal is being asked back 7 times for every times for the 10 times that John is being asked back. And unfortunately, that's where that fast biased process is coming in the human brain. And it really hasn't shown any improvement over the last 30 years. So this is not good. However, I do think we need to start thinking about what can we do better. And I'm going to put to you 3 platforms. I'll start with PyMetrics. It's the one that I know the best. But there are 2 others I'd like you to focus on as well. We can do a lot better. And so we have seen with PyMetrics that we screen that it's not 10 and 10, which would be the ideal state. We're getting there. It's 9 out of every 10. So it is far better than all of the other tools that are out there. And just using an audited algorithmic system, which is basically looking for bias and removing it, you're getting much, much closer to the ideal state of 10 out of 10. And you are finally passing the 80% mark, which is what we should all be using as a bare minimum of what we're using in our hiring processes. We should not be satisfied if our hiring processes are dipping below what is the current legal standard. Secondly, another platform that you could think about if there are different solutions that for different types of implementations. HiredScore is a wonderful platform. We work often with them. They're looking at debiasing your resume parsing. So I just told you that humans don't do a great job of looking at resumes in an unbiased way. You can use an audited resume parser to do that for you and essentially provide both transparency and proactive bias mitigation when you're thinking about using a resume but are not comfortable with the fact that your human resume review process will maybe leading to the types of biased outcomes that I just showed you. And then last but not least, Applied is a wonderful platform that also does a very similar thing. It essentially anonymizes applications. It's a platform that I'm familiar with, that Iris Bonet is familiar with. And essentially what they do is they anonymize the application. They take a lot of data off of the resume and they have a person look at different aspects of a person's application rather than just over-indexing on the resume. And again, wonderful outcomes here in terms of a greater increase in women and underrepresented people of color being brought into the workforce. So again, while the current situation when it comes to, whether it's human resume review being very biased and cognitive testing being very biased, there are solutions out there that are really getting us to a place of parity. And I would just want to emphasize that because I think it's super important when we start thinking about how can we improve upon the situation. Yes, absolutely. We want to feel like we can have human beings improve their, awareness of bias and the way that they're thinking about, hiring. But I think at the end of the day, if we're not relying on some form of technology, we really are just assuming that this fast thinking system that we all have, that I have, that you have, is somehow amenable to change. And unfortunately, it's not. The slow thinking process is, but I would say that the fast thinking process that we have it is not something that we should be relying on changing anytime in the near future. So I just want to pause there, Abigail. I know that presentation went really quickly, but I wanted to open up for questions and see if people had any questions, because usually when I do this presentation and I kind of show the state of the world in terms of both resume and cognitive testing, people are a little bit shocked that we are still in that situation and want to understand more about, how we sort of the underlying data that we're using. So I'm happy to take a look at the chat window. It says, how do the Black and white populations of US compare in size based on the 80% rule? Right, so that's a commonly asked question. The 80% rule doesn't depend on the population. So if you had, let's say, 10 women and 100 men applying, so long as you passed, 80% of the women applying, so 8 women and 100 men, that would still be within the 80% rule. It's already taking into consideration that the pipeline is not always going to be even, but it has to be no less than 80% of the population of group 1 that's applying versus the population of group 2 that's applying. So it's not assuming that the pipeline is going to be equal. It's just saying you can dip below no further than 80% of any candidate. How do you get your company to ensure that they are using these resources to get a more diverse resume pool? I think that's a great question too. We always get that. Meaning, I think, for any of the technologies that I just mentioned, I think one of the huge things that they can do is really expand top of funnel access. So if you think about, and heard this in other presentations, the typical hiring process, it relies on, networks, it relies on who you know, it relies on, LinkedIn, which is also very dependent on networks. It doesn't really allow you to expand beyond the tried and true. And I think whenever you start dipping into technology, I think that is when you can really see, it can really broaden access. And we've seen this repeatedly, which is, not only are we expanding access to more women, more people of color, but also to people from different socioeconomic backgrounds where, they may not traditionally be thought of because they go to a community college or they don't go to, an Ivy League college or they don't work for a brand name employer, but all of a sudden they're passing the qualifications, whatever qualifications are being biased tech stack, and all of a sudden they're actually getting a leg in the door in a way that just really wasn't happening. So I think that's super exciting in terms of just thinking about that. What's another question? Do we have any specific suggestions for job applicants to remove any bias-oriented language? So I think that is a great question that I don't have an immediate answer for, but I think that Textio and the type of technology that goes behind it is a way to start thinking about it, because what they will do is essentially de-bias any language. So it's quite possible that even in putting forth my resume or my cover letter or something like that, I may be able to use the Textio engine. And you can go to textio.com, that you can actually drop in language. So it's quite possible that as an applicant, I can use that technology to start to de-bias the way that I'm presenting myself, which is a great question. More questions. There are studies that show that women screen themselves out more than men do. Yes, absolutely. Is there a way to control for that, or is it only those who apply? So again, I think back to, what I mentioned earlier. So I think that when we think about, and I'll just share my screen again, just so that everyone's we're all on the same page. I think one of the things that, we can think about is it's back to this idea that it's both the stack of people that we're including, as well as the decision-making process. So if you think about what I had said earlier, which is that we have to think both about the pipeline and then the decision-making. And so one of the ways that companies, right, we can't just assume that people are going to do this themselves, that companies can really focus on getting a broader, less biased distribution of the population, is to use some of these platforms like Power to Fly, like Jobwell, and others that will really focus on honing in on communities of color or women to make sure that they're applying in equal numbers. I think that's super important for companies to do that. How can you remove bias when I put HBCU on my resume? So that's a great question. What I would say is that hopefully the company that you're applying to is using one of these unbiased decision-making tools, which actually will not even take that into consideration. So I can tell you that all 3 technologies here do not factor in school name when they're deriving any kind of anti-bias aid for the human that's reviewing the resume. And that's part of what the anti-bias stack is trying to do, is really focus in on the qualifications. How qualified is someone for this role? What are the real qualifications for this role, rather than sort of, did they go to a fancy school? Did they, work at the right company beforehand? But really focusing in on what is the potential that this person has to excel at this job. And in that way, if you focus on that potential rather than really focusing on, credentialing, much less likely to introduce some of these forms of bias that we're talking about. So I think that's a great question and really important to think about. How do you get a company to ensure that they're using these resources to get a more diverse resume pool? Well, I would say that's all in your power. So whatever your role is, whether you are, a hiring manager, whether you're in leadership role in HR, whether you're an applicant, these tools exist. And they're out there to be used by companies and applicants that really want to be treated in a fair way. And again, if you're not using these types of tools, you create a system where certain types of candidates are getting way more opportunities than others. And that's just a distorted system. So it's really up to all of us, I think, to encourage us all to say, we want to be treated fairly. We want these technologies to be in use, and really focus on companies, apply to companies that are using these technologies rather than other technologies like a cognitive test. If you see a company that's making you go through a cognitive test, call the HR department and say, hey, did you know that these tests are discriminatory towards certain classes? And why are you still using them when there's better to have a voice, both as consumers of the technology, developers of the technology, and people that are going through it in the application process. So I think it's really important that everyone is having a voice around these things. Another great question: how and by whom does Textio and Pymetrics algorithm test it against bias? That is a fantastic question, and I'm so glad that was asked. So we actually have subjected our platform to a third-party audit that's being done by an academic who has no stake in the company. They will be producing a report this summer, basically sort of attesting to the fact of all the steps that we go along. And I think that third-party audits are more and more what are being called for by experts in the field, to say it's not enough for a company to say that they're unbiased. We want to see proof. And if you're not allowing a third party to come in that is totally neutral to the situation, isn't an advisor, doesn't have any stake in your company, but instead is being harnessed as an independent expert, those are the types of audits that we need to see. And Pymetrics is actually supportive of legislation that's happening both at the state and local level that's really asking for these things to be required, because we really believe that while there are all these great examples of unbiased technology, unfortunately, there are lots of examples of biased technology. And it's sort of like organic food, like 20 years ago. Anyone could slap an organic label on a tomato, and maybe it was organic and maybe it wasn't. You really didn't know. And so I think we're pushing for a situation where that label actually means something, that audited label, that unbiased label or anti-biased label really means something. And not only from a legislative angle are we supportive of those laws, but we're also saying to HR folks, hey, educate yourself, because it's really, actually, when you start looking under the hood, you really can tell what is unbiased, what is not biased. And I think it's really important. Going to just go to the Q&A section really quickly. How do these technologies work with existing applicant tracking systems? All of the technologies that I've just mentioned have integrations with most applicant tracking systems, SuccessFactors obviously being one of them. How do you mitigate the AI automatic testing can give a disadvantage to neurodiverse candidates? That's a fantastic question. We actually also test for neurodiversity differences. I come from a family where certain types of neurodiversity are overrepresented, so we're very careful to also monitor for those. And I can, if you want to Slack me offline, Nicole, I'm happy to chat more. What tools beyond the ones you shared can people use to work on the slow thinking? That is a great question, and I don't have a great answer for that. So unfortunately, I'm going to say I don't know. Were the companies listed on your slides the early adopters of each technology? What is the market penetration? I think that, a lot of the companies that I mentioned on the slide have been sort of, early adopters. It's not been an easy slog, I'm not going to lie. We've all sort of endured a long road to getting here. But I think everyone is really proud of the work that we've done to really try to work to help companies and folks in general that are really committed towards building more diverse companies to help in that process. So I think it's been really exciting to be able to do that. Do you have a data on name discrimination in the screening process? So I will Slack right now to the study that I mentioned on callback studies, where just changing the name from John to Jamal impacted the outcomes so dramatically. And I think that that is just the best example that I know of to show that this fast bias thinking system is really impacting hiring in a way that we cannot control. If 30 years of these studies show that, unfortunately, this fast system is literally with the exact same resume saying that Jamal should only get 7 callbacks and John should get 10, I think that's a very, unfortunately, sad data point that we therefore means that we start to need to use, some barriers of anti-bias technology in our recruiting. So I'm going to do that. I see that, Abigail, we're almost out of time. There are a lot of really great questions still in the chat window, but I don't want to be late for the other, the next panel. So I'm going to dump those 2 studies in the chat window. Thank you all so much for being here and for listening. I hope this was helpful. And it was a pleasure to be here. So thank you so much.
This was awesome.
Thanks.
Again, just taking so many notes. Full disclosure, totally was a biopsychology major, so that was my thing. So when we get into these kind of data around how do we think and how can we, do things, fantastic. Big Kahneman fan myself.
Yeah, thank you all. Really appreciate it. And looking forward to the rest of the programming. Thank you, everyone.
Yep, you were awesome. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
I'd like to invite you all now. You can hop over to our main track. We will have a keynote with Johnny C. Taylor, who's from SHRM. So that, by all means, head on over. We'll be back here in an hour. And we'll be excited to continue on then. But otherwise, thanks so much and see you in a bit. Hey, Natalie.
Hi. I'm glad you all are here. I was like wondering, I think I was supposed to be in a green room or something, and I'm like, where?
No, I just actually realized because I was listening in on our main track and I was like, oh, I should really get back and make sure that I'm ready to go over here.
Awesome. Well, it's great to be here. How's everything going?
Great. It's been awesome. Everyone's been really engaged. Everyone's been really excited. So we've had some really great conversations.
Good.
So I'm moving right along.
And this is a half an hour, right?
This is a half an hour. That is correct. So my colleague Sarah is also on the line. I think Sarah, did you already?
Hello, I'm here. Yes. Hi, Natalie.
Hi, how are you, Sarah?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Trying to keep it all together.
Ugh, I can imagine. Well, thank you for being here. It's so appreciated.
No problem. There's somebody like mowing my lawn outside that like hopefully will go away fast.
I can't hear anything, so
Hopefully you all can't hear it.
not coming through. I had someone upstairs drilling earlier and I'm like, hope that doesn't last. Always fun.
How many people are generally on these sessions so far?
We've been hitting at least 100 people per session in the Zoom room. I don't know about the our streaming. I don't know the numbers on the streaming.
Got it.
So, but right now we only have a handful of people, as people are just gonna start joining within the next minute or so as Johnny wraps up.
Okay, cool.
So what we'll do is I'll go through some housekeeping and then I'll turn it over to you. And the way I understand it is your plan is to talk and then take questions and kind of dive in with some conversation.
Yeah, so I'm going to do an exercise called the Walk of Privilege, and then what I'm hoping to do is get people to like share their experience of doing it, and that's going to be like like a facilitated conversation, basically.
Okay, fantastic. Excellent.
I'm going to start a timer. I mean, is there a timer in here? Like, am I going to see a timer?
You will not, but I would say if you want to start a timer for like 29 minutes so that we can transition at the end.
Because you're going to hand it, you said you're going to do some housekeeping, then you're going to hand it to me, and then you want me to end 2 to 5 minutes before. Is that 2 to 5 minutes in order to facilitate questions, or is that just to be done?
To wrap up, do you want me to help facilitate questions? I'm happy to.
Yeah, if people want to share their experience, I would love it if you could call on them.
Sure.
Or how
Yep.
like, they raise their hand and then you take them off mute.
Sure, I will let everyone know. I see people are just starting to come on.
Right, but just to be clear, so you want me to end a couple minutes early, just to end it, not to continue to have questions, right?
Right. So our next speaker will start in a half an hour. So we want to end like 2 minutes early just to just be cognizant. We only need like 30 seconds to transition, but like at 2 minutes, like, oh shoot, yeah.
Got it. Okay, great.
All right, excellent. So I see people hopping on now. I'm going to start with a couple little housekeeping items, and then I will send it over to you.
Okay.
Just want to make sure that I have everything I need. Technology challenge today, personally, so always fun.
And you can hear me okay, right?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay.
We're good there. All right, let's get to it. Hey, everyone, welcome back to the inclusion track. I know that we're going to have a few people popping on over the next few minutes as they close out from Johnny's talk. So welcome back. I hope you all have been enjoying yourselves at Diversity Reboot 2020. So before we get started, I want to go over a few housekeeping things. For our attendees, your cameras and audio will remain off for this talk, but we'd love to hear from you. So if you have a comment or question, put it in the chat box or the Q&A. That said, as well, this is going to be a little bit more interactive than some of the other chats. So, once I pass it over to Natalie, it'll be a little bit more clear as she goes through the conversation. But if there are points when you want to share your experience, please put a hand up, use the hand up feature, and we will be able to take you off mute so that you can share. A couple other things. If you're looking to earn SHRM credits for this talk, the code is in the top left corner, so feel free to take that down. And then I'd like to refer everyone real quick to our code of conduct, which is included in the chat. That's to make sure that everyone has a great experience. We welcome open conversation, but any comments that are bullying, discriminatory, or harassment are not tolerated. You will be booted from this chat and you'll be booted from the summit. So that we're all on the same page there. That's all I got. So with that, happy to dive into Walk of Privilege with Natalie Egan, the CEO of Translator. Natalie, over to you.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Natalie Egan. My pronouns are she, her, and hers. And I'm the CEO and founder of Translator, where we build diversity inclusion analytics software for corporations, schools, and nonprofits. Super excited to be here today. I'm super honored and thankful, grateful to Power to Fly for creating this platform, especially at this time with so much going on. I think the timing of this conversation is quite perfect. And what we're focused on today is privilege and really kind of self-awareness, which I think is the core, it's the foundation for empathy development. And, what better time to be talking about empathy than right now? So I'm going to share my screen. Hold on, let me see if I can do that. And show just a few slides here, but hopefully everyone has their cell phones with them, because we're actually going to be doing like an interactive version of the Walk of Privilege, which I know is the title of this session. And some of you may be familiar with the Walk of Privilege. Maybe something you did in college, or freshman year orientation. And I kind of think of that as like the old school version of the Walk of Privilege. So what we're going to do today is what is this new version of the Walk of Privilege that we've digitized. So instead of stepping forward, if both your parents went to college, you're going to swipe forward on your phone. So if you're not familiar with the Walk of Privilege, it's an old school diversity inclusion exercise designed to help you understand your privilege. Obviously, it's about 15 or 20 years old. It was designed by behavioral scientists who were looking at different ways of helping people understand empathy. And while it's a really powerful exercise to help you understand your privilege, it's also a highly flawed exercise. First of all, you have to have the facility and to do it, right? Like literally in person, you have to have the space. And you can see from this picture here, you'd have to have everybody stand up, which in and of itself is a privilege to just stand up. Plus we need the space. And I would read statements like, step forward if both your parents went to college, or step backwards if you're ever ashamed of your house or your clothes growing up. So while it's a really powerful exercise to help you understand your privilege, what ends up happening is you have all the people with privilege in the front of the room and all the people with not privilege in the back of the room, and all these people in the middle that probably weren't being very honest, right? They've stepped forward enough, or they've stepped backwards enough, or they don't want to see somebody see them step forward. Maybe their boss or a peer or somebody is over there. They don't want it. They're just embarrassed, right? So there's all kinds of issues with it. One of the worst things is that there's nothing to show for it afterwards, right? So after we do the Walk of Privilege, there's no follow-up, there's no resources, there's no data. It's just sort of an experience. And so what we've done is we've digitized it. So instead of stepping forward, like I said earlier, we're going to swipe forward on our cell phones. Like I said earlier, we're going to do it on your phones. So what I'd ask is if you have your cell phone with you, just take it out. And I'm going to have you go to a website here in a second and go to this website that requires no personally identifiable information. There's no download, right? If you want to put your phone in private browsing mode, that's totally fine. There's no information about you at all. So, this exercise, I would like you to be really honest when you do it. Again, because we have no data on you. There is aggregate data that we pull out of it, so we can look at sort of trends and other types of opportunities and sort of gaps in terms of like the privilege analysis afterwards. But there is no personally identifiable information on you at all. So I'd ask that you just be really honest as you do this. The website is www.join.tech. So again, it's www.join.tech. There's no .com, so it's just TECH. So it's join.tech, TECH. So just go to join.tech, and I'll give you a pin in a second. But while you're getting to join.tech, I'm going to orient you to the product just a little bit. And unfortunately, we're still using the old version of the product. We are a tech startup, and we have a new version of this coming out, but we couldn't use it today. We have a very exciting new version coming out that's a lot more elegant. It's got pictures and with each question. But for today, this is the format you're going to use. It's a little bit of a more clunky interface. I have no problem saying this, right? We're a startup. I'm just being honest. But I'm going to walk you through how to use it real quick. Then we're going to do the walk of privilege. So all of you are going to answer these questions. And then what we're going to do is actually recap it. And I'd love to hear from you what this experience was like, right? So if there's any questions that make you feel uncomfortable while you're doing it, just note that, right? If there's a question that makes you think a different way or think about your privilege or someone else's privilege, please just note that, because we're going to talk about it afterwards. So we're going to have time for you all to, share your experience. So that'd be super great. And in order to do the exercise, I always sort of joke around with people. It's just really simple. You just got to follow the directions, right? So if it says swipe up, you can only swipe up. If it says swipe down, you can only swipe down, right? And if you're trying to swipe the opposite direction or it doesn't seem to be working, what you really want to do is hit this red button below that says not applicable. And sometimes based on your phones, that can actually be below the fold. So that's the really important thing, right? Just remember, if you're trying to swipe the opposite way and it doesn't feel like it's working, you want to hit this button not applicable below. And while you're answering questions, you'll see your privilege score or your privilege position going up and down based on how you answer the questions. So that's pretty much it. I'm going to give you the pin now. I'm going to give you about 3 or 4 minutes to do the questions, and then we're going to have a conversation about what this experience felt like. It looks like we have about 83 people dialed in, so that's great. So we're going to have a lot of data. So I'm going to give you the pin. Again, if you're just joining, go to www.join.tech. There's no personal identifiable information. There's no app to download. And the only thing I'd tell you is just make sure you follow directions. If it says swipe, you can only swipe up. If it says swipe down, you can only swipe down. If it's trying to go the other way and it's not working, hit that button, not applicable. All of that is taken away in the new version. So if you use this in like 3 weeks, those things will be gone. But here's the pin. It's 332077. So again, it's 332077. And if you're just joining, go to www.join.tech, and you can join by putting in the pin right here. And following along with this exercise. Again, and I know because people are joining right in the minute, that's why I keep repeating myself. Just follow the directions. If it says swipe up, you can only swipe up. If it says swipe down, you can only swipe down. But I'm going to switch over to the actual platform right now. And again, people keep joining, so that's why I'll keep repeating myself. But you can see we have over 95 participants logged in, which is great. For anyone that's just joining, you can follow the directions at the bottom, follow the directions on the app. If you can swipe up, you can only swipe up. If it says swipe down, you can only swipe down. So I'll give you all about 3 to 4 minutes to complete the questions. Yeah, there's no right or wrong answer. Just answer what feels right for you. It's just designed to make you think. So I'll shut up and I'll let you do the exercise. And just as a reminder, afterwards, we're gonna have a conversation on privilege. So if any of these questions make you feel uncomfortable, or you never thought of that before, or made you think about your privilege or someone else's privilege in a new way, I'd love for you all to share it. And I think that'll be a big part of like the group learning here. So it's great. It looks like we're maxing out about 190 participants, which is great. So I'll give you all about maybe 2 more minutes to finish the exercise. And the numbers are down here at the bottom. Again, if anyone's having trouble logging in, it's the URL and the numbers are at the bottom. So hopefully most of you all are wrapping up. I'm going to start talking while you're finishing in just about 30 seconds. There's a lot more people on this than we expected, which is great. So I'm going to start wrapping up. I'm not going to end the exercise quite yet. So if you're still coming down the home stretch on the questions, that's fine. But I am going to start to sort of talk about privilege here. And then I'm going to show the data from the session. Let's actually, just because there's a lot of people on this, I'm actually going to stop the exercise because I want to make sure that it has time to like compute all the data. So hopefully you all are getting finished up here. I'm going to hit the view results button in just a second, which is going to end the exercise for you all. And then I'm going to switch back over to the PowerPoint. So sort of like 3, 2, 1, I'm going to finish it. So I'm going to hit view results. That's going to take a second to load all that data. And so you should all have your own final privilege score. But I want to quickly talk about like what is privilege, right? Privilege, we don't think about it very much, but privilege is like in the sort of purest sense is like an unearned competitive advantage, right? So I like to think of privilege that way because, and a lot of times people will make an argument to me to say, they earn their privilege. And I'll make the argument that they earn their privilege based on like their privilege, right? So really sort of simple way to think of privilege is as a competitive advantage. And if you want to be a little bit more nuanced, it's an unearned competitive advantage based on like where you were born or, kind of all these sort of aspects of your identity that are kind of like inherent to your location or your financial situation, all of these things. And privilege, everyone has privilege, right? That's one of the key takeaways from doing this lesson is that everyone has privilege. And there's many, many different types of privilege. But the key to this is like knowing that everyone has privilege. And there's many different types of privilege, right? And privilege, while there's people have different levels of privilege, there's many different types of privilege, and privilege can change over time and based on your situation. So it's really important to understand that like you might have had a privilege as a younger child that you don't have anymore, or vice versa. Or for me, like my privilege could change based on my location. When I'm in Fort Lauderdale, that's very different than when I'm like in the middle of like a small town in the middle of the country, like a red state. So that's sort of just some context, right? But now that you have a better understanding of your privilege, or you've thought about your privilege a little bit more, what are you going to do about it? And that's really the question that we want to get to is we don't want to shame people for their privilege. We want to empower them with their privilege, right? We want to say, now that you understand your privilege, what are you going to do about it? And one of the sort of key takeaways, and I love this little formula, right, is that having a high level of privilege requires less energy, right? I love that sort of the simplicity of that statement, right? Because prior to my transition, coming out as a trans woman, I navigated the world with a high level of privilege. I never had to think about my identity. I never had to think about my privilege. Like it was sort of the, you know, the air that I breathe. And now, like just navigating the world, like going outdoors, going to work, going to the grocery store, picking up my kids from school, like requires a high level of energy because I don't have the privilege that I had when I was navigating the world, in particular as a white cis man. So that's a little bit of like a note on privilege. And just real quick, before I kind of give you this last note on privilege and we'll kind of dig into the data here, before I transitioned, like I said, I never really understood my privilege. And when we digitized this exercise, I sort of, again, I didn't really know what privilege was until I started my transition. And I actually like did it like a little before and after. So I pretended that like what would my answers have been prior to my transition versus what would my answers be now, right? And my score when I did this the first time was a 12, which at the time was the highest level that you could, you know, I had the most amount of privilege in the battery of questions. And now that I've, you know, transitioned, I've lost 10 points on the same scale, right? So I went from a 12 to a 2, right? And you can see this distribution of privilege here. There's somebody that has a score of a 15, a privileged position of a 15. There's a couple 14s, there's a 13, there's a couple 13s, some 12s, 10s. You can see how it starts to, the line slopes. There's some 2s and some 1s. There's a couple neutrals or 0s, and it drops down. There's some -2s and -4s, right? So imagine what it would feel like if you were standing in the front of the room, right? Or if you were standing in the back of the room right now, how awkward it would be, right? But for me, I lost 10 points on this same scale. And if you think about privilege as a competitive advantage, there's a reason why we don't bring our authentic selves to work, right? There's a cost, right? There's a real cost to being my authentic self, and you can see it demonstrated here. And last thing I'll do before, I'd love to hear from a few people in the audience, and if you want to raise your hand, one of the Power to Fly facilitators will call on you. But if you think about this green line here at the top of the screen, think of this as like the finish line, and this is a race, and each one of these is your starting blocks, right? So the people that are starting up here can walk to the finish line faster than these people could run or sprint, right? So that's my little story, a little bit of my story. That's the Walk of Privilege digitized. I hope you all enjoyed it. I know some of you probably didn't get through it. I know some of you joined late and may not have had the full context to this. But this is a really powerful distribution of privilege here. There's a lot of privilege on the call right now. There's probably a lot of people that thought they didn't have a lot of privilege that are realizing that they have more, and vice versa. There's probably a lot of stories where people are thinking about questions and saying, I never thought about that question before, right? And I'd love to hear from you all. So we're gonna open up the mic. You know, this can be emotional for people too. Like, you know, if this, and I'm proud of you all for doing this, but, you know, people might be triggered by these questions. So, you know, please be yourself. This is a safe space technology we've designed here. So I'd love to hear from you all, and I'll turn it over to Power to Fly to call on someone, and we'd love to hear from the audience. So thank you for your opportunity to do this.
Thank you, Natalie. This was awesome. I've never gotten to participate in something like this before, so it was definitely eye-opening for me too. So far I see one hand raised. So Nirupa, I'm going to take you off mute now. Actually, Nirupa, you have the ability to take yourself off mute. So I apologize. You should be able to do that if you'd like to share.
Hi, Abigail. You were kind of breaking up. So
Sorry,
I don't know what you asked me initially. My apologies.
Oh, all good. I just saw that your hand was raised. So I wanted to see if you wanted to share your experience.
That might have been by accident, but just an experience in terms of the question. I am Indian, and I've certainly been treated differently because of that, unfortunately, in various settings, in personal and professional settings.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. And sorry about that little snafu there, but I'm glad this sort of helped you kind of at least feel like you could share that today. I think a lot of, people's experiences, like they feel the same way, right? I mean, like everyone, will feel different based on their identity and different aspects of their identity. So thank you for sharing that. Anyone else want to share their experience? Any question that made them sort of think differently or put sort of privilege into perspective for themselves?
Oh, now all the hands are coming up.
That's good. All right. It's so awkward with this online stuff. I mean, it's like when we do this with real like live audiences, it's very different. But thank you all for participating.
Yes, no, thanks. I see all these hands popping up. This is great. Rin, I'm going to give you the ability to come off mute now. So I'm happy to hear your question.
Hi, thank you. So as a white, queer, trans, disabled person, my actual first experience with adversity and was from a neurodiverse lens as somebody who is on the neurodiverse scale. And for those of you who are unfamiliar with that term, that includes diagnoses like ADHD, autism, learning disabilities, mental health, and more. But I was just curious if neurodiversity questions will be included in future iterations of this walk of privilege, because some aspects of neurodiversity are on the invisible disability spectrum as well.
Yeah, that's a great question, and thank you for sharing those sort of nuances of your identity. This is a sample set of questions, so it's just designed as sort of a primer. Depending on the client that we're working with, there can be a lot more questions that we've added, and we have one client in particular that's very focused on, in the case of neurodiversity, like autism spectrum disorder. So there's a very specific question for them around, swipe down if you or anyone in your family has been diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. That's a little specific. There are two questions in this set that are around both. One of them is specifically around an invisible disability, and the other one is to swipe down if you have been diagnosed with a cognitive mental behavioral disability as well. So while it doesn't call out any of the specifics, it's designed to allow for people like yourself to feel represented. So I don't know if maybe you missed those questions, or if those questions for some reason didn't make it into this set, but they should have been there, and I apologize if they weren't.
Thank you, Rin. And thank you, Natalie. Next up, Sarah Catlett. I'm going to give you the ability to unmute yourself now.
Thanks very much. This was a really great exercise, and thanks for your comments, Natalie, about the broader set of questions. For me, it was interesting to hear you say that you lost sort of 10 points or 10 places on the scale as you went through your transition. I've been noticing for myself over the last few years, coming out as a queer, non-binary / genderqueer individual, my privilege score has shifted quite a bit, just in terms of how I approach my work, how I talk about myself in the professional space as well. But the quote or the comment that you made about that sort of equation between having high privilege means it requires less energy to navigate life or navigate the professional environment really has stuck with me. And I feel that as you were talking, and the sort of contextual lens of where your privilege increases or decreases. So I just wanted to share that, and thank you for the work that you're doing.
Oh, thank you for sharing that. And I mean, I really appreciate that the way you said all that. And so, yeah, this is real, right? And again, it's a little hard to do in a virtual environment like this with a very short period of time. But I did want to show everybody, this is the type of data that we can pull out of this, right? So after we do a workshop, potentially with a corporate client, we'll be able to share with them like these types of insights, right? So this is another view you had your own sort of score on your phone, and then you see the group distribution, so you can see how your privilege sits inside the group, right? Which in this case is a conference of lots of people that we don't have much of an association with. But for if you were to do this internally at a client, right, these are the types of insights that we could pull out based on questions that we might shape for that client. Again, emphasizing that the questions are customizable. So these are some of the insights. And then here's how we then go back to the client and say, here, we're gonna now, these are the changes in the categories of our recommendations based on these insights. And ultimately it all flows over into employee engagement, retention, employer branding and recruiting, right? So it's, those are the insights that we pull from the exercise. And I just wanted to give you all that sort of flow through so you understand not just what we're doing, but like why we're doing it and the impact it can have for corporations. So we might have like one more minute. I know that you all were trying to end this earlier, but maybe if you have one more minute, that would be great for one more person to share their experience.
Absolutely. I actually wanted to check with you real quick. So the sample insights on the screen, are these from our round that we did?
No, that's what I was going to say. These are not real time from your round, right? That's in the V2 of the product, but they're in the database and we pull them out afterwards. And this is for a client. This is 500 people all at once with a client out of Seattle.
Okay. Awesome. Thanks for that clarification.
Yeah.
I think we do have time for at least one more. So Lusik, I'm going to give you the ability to talk or pull yourself off mute now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Hi. First, Natalie, is it possible to use the same code to finish the rest of the questions after the diversity reboot?
I can open it back up, but you'd have to start over, and that's just
okay.
a little bit of a nuance. But I apologize.
No, no worries. Yeah, that would be great. And secondly, one thing that really stuck out to me, and I scored on the lower end, which looked like I was drowning on the image of the chart. But one question that really stuck out to me was, am I able to show affection to my partner publicly? And that really made me stop and think. And I was like, oh, why wouldn't I be able to? And then I really thought about it. And that's something that like I've taken for granted so much. So definitely something that I just recognize as a huge privilege that I have.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And there's so much here. I mean, I would love to talk about every question, right? Because every question, there's so many layers to each one of these questions. Like one of my favorite ones is swipe up if you can swipe up, right? Because like there's like 3 layers to that, right? A, that you have the ability, the physical ability to do it. 2 is that you have a phone, and 3 is that you are part of an event or organization that would do something like this. And so there's a lot to each one of these questions. And I really want to thank everybody for their time. I do have another session coming up that if you want to join, is more of like a company overview. So it's not as focused on doing the exercise as much as it is. Actually, we'll do the exercise again if you want to join it. But it starts at 5 o'clock if you want to join. But otherwise, I'm at time. I really appreciate everybody's participation today. If you want to follow up with me, you can find me on LinkedIn and Instagram. Really, LinkedIn and Instagram. Don't try and do me on Twitter. And yeah, my email and everything. Oh, I meant to put that. I put that on a slide here. Here's my email and my phone number if you want to get a hold of me this way as well. But thank you, Power to Fly. Thank you for everybody for joining. I appreciate your time today, and keep your head up.
Natalie, thank you so much. And I am sorry that we weren't able to get to every raised hand, but I'm so glad that we were able to get to you. That was really just a really powerful exercise. So thank you so much for bringing that to us today. And Product Expo, is that where they can?
Yeah, Product Expo at 5 o'clock, yeah.
Product Expo, 5 o'clock Eastern. If you'd like to learn more about Natalie and Translator, you can check it there. That said, so thank you again, but I'm going to move things right along. So again, yes, thank you. That was really, I took a lot of notes. I really appreciate it. So, next round of speakers. Before I get to introducing them, a couple of housekeeping things really quickly. To all of our attendees, your camera and audio will remain off for the duration of the chat ahead, but we'd still love to hear from you. So feel free to add your questions, comments in the chat, in the Q&A feature, and we're gonna get to as many as we can. If you're looking for SHRM credits today, code is in the top left corner, so make sure to grab that if you need it. I like to reiterate this before every talk. Please remember to refer to our code of conduct in the chat. We absolutely welcome open discussion, and you guys have all been incredible. But you should know that we're watching, and if anyone says anything that we regard as bullying, discriminatory, or harassment, we will boot you out so fast and you will not be allowed back into the summit. So just making that very clear for everyone. But you guys have all been great. So. But with that, want to dive into our next chat, combating institutional racism as LGBTQI leaders. We're joined by Angelica Ross, founder and CEO at Trans Tech and Actress for Pose, and Jennifer Brown, author and founder and CEO at Jennifer Brown Consulting. Again, I think Deanna, are you on the line?
I am here.
Awesome. Deanna is going to be running the conversation today. She is Howard I's own Director of Global Diversity and Inclusion and Learning and Development. So Deanna, take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Abby. And I know we have Jennifer here and Angelica. We both, yes, all right, we are all here. Well, thank you both for joining. I know we kind of had a short intro, but it would be great if maybe both of you don't mind just sharing a little bit about your background. Obviously, we're going to have a super interesting conversation today about combating institutional racism. And so I'd love for them to know a little bit more about your backgrounds, and then we can jump right in. So Angelica, would you like to go first?
Sure. Thank you for having me today. Again, for those who don't already know me, my name is Angelica Ross. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and Miss Ross is my preferred pronoun. And some of you may know me from American Horror Story, playing Nurse Rita or Dee Dee. There's a lot of information there. And some of you may know me from playing Candy on Pose on FX. And I'm also the founder of Trans Tech Social Enterprises, which is an online and offline community of LGBTQ plus folks who are all focused on the fact that we know who the most marginalized folks in our community are, and we're using tech to give folks more access to education, to training, and to job opportunities.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, Jennifer.
I love it. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you just fine.
Oh, good. Hi, everybody. Hi. Thank you so much, Tiana and Ms. Ross. I'm so excited for today. I can't wait. My name is Jennifer Brown. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I identify as a member of the LGBTQ community, and I am a consultant and author and speaker on inclusive workplaces. So I tend to focus a lot on our diversity dimensions that are visible and invisible, our covering behaviors, our intersectionality, and what would create workplaces of belonging where all of us can truly bring our full selves to work and truly thrive. And these days I feel very called to the work of allyship. In particular, how I can utilize all parts of my identity, including my privilege, to open doors, to speak the truth, to challenge systems, and to educate other people that look like me about what this quasi-exciting and confusing road ahead looks like.
Yes, awesome. Well, thank you. And I think to get started, I'd love for us to kind of start our chat talking a little bit about what's going on in the world today. And in particular, with Black Lives Matter, with our recent protests, with the systematic oppression that is kind of getting limelight now. And I'd love to talk to both of you. Now, I know, Angelica, you've been very involved with kind of Black Lives Matter and some really interesting work in addition to that. And I'd love to hear more about your activism.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm at a place right now where, someone just called me to prepare for another conversation that I'm having, because I'm having a million conversations right now. And they're like, what do you want your title to be underneath your name? And, they were asking me, they wanted, because I said actor, producer. And so then they came back and they were like, well, so we wanted to put trans rights, activists. And it's it's not a big deal, but it's just, I'm at a place right now where I'm like, no, I'm not doing that anymore. And what I mean by that is, aren't you a trans rights advocate?
Yeah.
So I don't know why I need to carry the title if you're not. We're all, and even in that, I replaced that title now with human rights advocate, because and I don't even use that. But like, if we're going to do that, I'll say that, because I am speaking to the intersections of understanding that we can't be inclusive enough. If we're not being inclusive around, because me as a Black trans woman, I have my advocacy and my activism and my journey has taught me about my privilege as well. And like I saw in your earlier conversations, just around that. So I think that as an able-bodied person, as a person with academic privilege and certain things, it is my responsibility as a human citizen. And again, responsibility defined as the ability to respond. It is all of our responsibility to respond to this moment when all of our human rights are in critical danger.
Yeah, absolutely. And how about you, Jennifer?
Oh my goodness, I loved that. Respond is embedded in responsibility. I agree. I think growing up as a gay woman, cisgender, but I didn't have the words for that. And then coming to grapple with my whiteness more recently, it's interesting to sort of have a foot in multiple worlds. And I would argue we kind of all do. We all have a diversity story, whether it's visible or often actually invisible. And then we also, all of us have levels of ease and comfort and rooms we can get in and things that we can speak and give voice to and stories and identities we can center and statistics and research we can bring and educate with that we need to be doing, because my biggest obsession is lightening the load on those of us that have to work so hard for things like safety and belonging. And so for those of us that feel relatively more reassured about that, that comes with the responsibility. And I think it's an opportunity. Actually, I don't view it as a chore. It's an incredible way to kind of expand your humanness and also your empathy and your generosity and your accountability for change, because we can't just ask those of us who are most marginalized to create the change. And that's, I think, the flaw in how we've looked at approaching diversity, equity, and inclusion in organizations specifically, is that we've sort of overleaned on the diversity team or the diverse individuals in the organization to do all the lifting. And a lot of us have sat on the sidelines, and it's just not acceptable. So I'm trying to change that.
Absolutely. Awesome. One of the things also, as we're obviously this conference, we have a lot of HR folks and D&I folks that are joining us as well. And so one of the things that I've just noticed kind of in this D&I kind of leadership community is that there are a lot of D&I leaders who aren't necessarily spending as much time or even understanding completely a lot about the LGBTQ community. What needs are, how to service it. So it's like this D&I title is all encompassing, but not necessarily equally. And so I'd love to just kind of hear, and I know Jennifer, you're working with a number of organizations. Are you noticing that also? And how do you think we combat that within the D&I industry?
Do you mean kind of a blind spot or a lesser prioritization on LGBTQ issues? Yeah.
Absolutely both.
Yeah, I mean, I could argue the opposite might be true too.
Did you ask Jennifer?
Oh, did we lose me?
No, I see her.
Oh, you see me? You see me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, thank you. So I think your question is the prioritization of identities in D&I work. It's always been a challenge, and I think now it's very clear. Right now, what we're learning is how the Black community feels, and many organizations are sort of coming to this awareness, but we've been talking about it for a long time. But I might argue the LGBTQ piece has moved along very well in many companies because the movement has been strong and kind of self-assured in terms of the corporate equality index and the ways that we measure policies, but health benefits, protections, non-discrimination statements, training. Now, it doesn't mean we're not all closeted at work. 50% of us are closeted at work, and we're still, even when you work for a progressive company that wins all the awards, a lot of us still don't trust enough to check the box on the yearly employment engagement survey, for example. But I would say LGBTQ, there's a comfort level and a learning that's happened. I think now we're going to need to embark on the learning that needs to happen about the Black and Brown experience that we all know has been challenging for all of those individuals, but where it's been this kind of uncomfortable conversation heretofore, especially for white leaders. I would say it's kind of a third rail. So now I am so here for this moment, because we are saying the words white, we're saying the words Black, we're saying racism. I mean, that word has not been okay to talk about in the workplace, nor have social issues really been okay to talk about in the workplace. So we have this enormous opportunity right now, and we got to break through this and never go back, as far as I'm concerned.
Absolutely. And Angelica, I know obviously not being in kind of the corporate D&I, but with a lot of your work and just really understanding the community, where do you see the business community being able to really help move rights around? And I guess this could be for Black and Brown folk as well as LGBTQ plus.
Yeah, I think there's nothing wrong with the LGBTQ plus or community as a whole, collectively saying with our chest, Black people. And first of all, Jennifer, thank you for saying Black people, because there's a lot of white people who, for some reason, can't say Black people. They say African American and all kind of other things, which is, whatever, it's okay, but it's not my, preferred moniker because I'm not hyphenating nothing. But anyways, just saying that the way I see it is that in the LGBTQ community, there are Will and Grace, Ellen, and many other sort of like white LGBTQ figures have helped to almost brand our community in a way under an umbrella that gives people some sense of like happy, get along, everybody should get along. And it's at a surface level of having a gay hairdresser, makeup artist, someone you care about, colleague, and not wanting to be messed up in the eyes of society or what have you. But what happens is there is an incredible, severe problem of anti-Blackness and racism within the LGBT community. And so what happens is when you have a group of people who are fighting for, rights and advocating for a specific space, as LGBTQ people, if we're all advocating for LGBTQ rights and freedom and we all have it, then what happens is you have white trans women, you have white gay men, and you have white women who start to sit at the top of an oppression ladder and are practicing anti-Blackness in ways that they can't yet recognize because it hasn't been called out within those spaces. There is something called a Racial Justice Institute that used to happen every year at the Creating Change conference. And it really was a commitment from not only LGBTQ organizers, grassroots organizers, and folks in the industry, but from the executives to come back every year and challenge and develop and expand their understanding of race and gender. And without that, I don't think that this problem is going to get solved. So where I see in the business environment is forget all the training to the employees. I mean, don't forget it because it's important. But what I mean is that many times it's the employees, many times, especially in corporate settings, who kind of have the lingo, have a little bit of understanding. It's the executives, the shareholders, the, you know, folks in C-suite who don't necessarily know how to check their anti-Blackness in those spaces. And how that their ideology and even the way they set up access to advancement in the company, to their hiring practices, all kind of things. They're not aware of how themselves and many times their brand aligns with social commentary that is not inclusive.
Absolutely. Another thing I wanted to kind of touch on a bit as well is, you know, we talked about within the community, not necessarily addressing issues related to Black LGBTQ community as well. And I like to think about it the other way around too. So within the Black community right now, we obviously have so much momentum. Obviously, we are in a time where, unfortunately, you know, Black men and women are continuing to get murdered by police officers. Almost seem like now, almost like on a weekly, and I'd argue probably daily, right, basis. And at the same time, though, Black trans women are also being killed, and it doesn't seem like it's necessarily getting as much attention. And is the Black community being supportive in that fight as well?
You know, the Black community actually is supportive. And so what I want to help to demystify or like debunk a sort of a myth that Black communities or Black families are more transphobic or more homophobic than any other communities, because I don't believe that. I see homophobia, transphobia, as you can see in some of these white nationalists and white supremacists, because if you don't understand what white supremacy is, it affects white people too. So if you're gay or anything else that's not supreme and white, this is going to affect you too. So when it comes to, you know, the Black community, we have folks like Cheryl Lee Ralph, who has used her platform to raise money for HIV and AIDS and bring, you know, trans folks and award trans folks with her nonprofit. We have folks like Gabrielle Union and even Naomi Campbell just posted on her Instagram, you know, about trans women. Now, don't get me wrong, some of these folks are coming a little bit new to the table as far as using their platform for these things. But I think that so many Black folks, when we have this conversation, and I really hesitate having this conversation in this space because I want folks to not edit this, what I'm saying here, and just take a piece of what I'm saying here, but take the whole statement. And when I say that right now, Black folks are, a lot of Black cis heteronormative folks are starting to wake up to their privilege as cis het folks, okay? And realizing that privilege is thinking something's not a problem because it's not a problem to you. And so because so many cishet Black people are not experiencing this problem of transphobia, homophobia, and yet so many of us are, and we're screaming out, and now our voices are finally being heard. I think we've gotten to a place where I think some folks just need to know that the issue is as serious as it is.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Jennifer, I wanted to ask you also, as far as whether it's, you know, we were talking about Black people in corporate America, we are also talking about LGBTQ rights and just the role of executives in ensuring that that diverse folks are in an inclusive environment. Just wanted to learn a little bit more from you, from your work, et cetera, how involved executives are actually getting in this work. And if they're not, kind of what is your recommendation?
If they're not, or they're panicking now because they haven't been.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really what's happening. Sadly, and we've been leading the horse to water, but the horse has not been drinking, in some cases, right? Like I mentioned earlier, but better late than never. I love Angelica's kind of huge, like generous benefit of the doubt spirit. We have to have grace for people who relate to these realizations that haven't literally been exposed to the kinds of things that a lot of us have. Now, I would argue if you're a senior executive in business, you should know about all this because it impacts your talent, it impacts your marketplace. It's the world you live in. Oftentimes we talk about middle management as the frozen middle in organizations. So sometimes I find actually the top gets it because they're in the world. Like they've got to, and they're like checking each other out and calibrating in their industry. But the middle management is the tough nut to crack. And the problem with that is that getting your middle managers to really get on board with the DE&I is difficult. They're very sort of focused on the task at hand. And kind of is like have the attitude of, well, what does this have to do with me and my ability to get my stuff done every day? And so we spent a lot of time supporting that group because that group tends to not get the message that's being sent from, I think, some senior leaders who are really doing the work. But I think, so now is a time for leaders to get on the ally journey is what I call the journey. And I know Angelica and I talked about this. It's a process, realizing here's what I don't know. Here's what I never knew that now I'm being told. What do I do with that knowledge? How do I activate my voice? And by the way, it's not going to be easy and it's not going to be comfortable. So how am I going to get comfortable being uncomfortable? How am I going to apologize and mean it because you're going to need to? And then how do we eventually get CEOs and executives to really come forward and be bold and sort of ask the hard questions, reveal their data about representation, which takes a lot of courage, and you need to have a plan to say what you're going to do about those gaps. We just need to see a lot more courage and leadership. And look, I think your talent depends on it. Your workplace culture depends on it. Your employees want it because especially the younger generations are like, hey, I want to have values that align with the place I work. And this generation values inclusiveness of all kinds and knows what intersectionality means and doesn't have to have it explained to them like I have to do with the executives. But it's literally the future. So, leaders have to be about the future. That's the job description. So, and you don't want to make a misstep. And I think that you can't just decide to be perfect. You've got to actually earn this like you would a muscle that you build over time. And it's a skill that you get more and more comfortable with using your voice, what to say at the right moment to the right audience. It's something that you can't just jump in and fix it. And we're seeing a lot of executives, I think, make some missteps right now because they weren't prepared. So that's my advice. Get prepared.
Absolutely. All right, and so we have probably about 6 more minutes, and one of the things that we kind of questions we had before too is like, how do white LGBTQ plus folk truly use their privilege, and kind of what is that, and how do they use their privilege to really be allies for the Black LGBTQ community?
I think I love you. I love my community. I really do love you. And I just there's an awakening that needs to happen a little bit. And we need a lot of white people to awaken to some of their mediocrity. Okay, pause for a second.
Take that in.
Take that in. And so I say that because many white people are truly unaware of how many white people are hired to do a job they know nothing about just because they're white. And how much people of color, especially Black people, have to pull credentials out of their necks to even get into the room. So right now, I think what white LGBTQ plus folks can do is one, recognize we have a problem. So instead of like saying, I don't see color and all the other things that go along with that sort of mindset, we have to admit that we have a problem. Secondly, I think that white LGBTQ folks need to share space. They need to not share space. Sometimes you need to give up your seat because you many white folks have other opportunities still. And if they don't, they haven't yet recognized those opportunities. Because let me tell you this, as a trans person, as a Black trans person, I can claim my cis assuming privilege. People assume that I am cisgender, so I can walk through the world and not be treated with some of the vitriol that transgender Americans are treated with today. To know that and understand that is to know that sometimes I am the marginalized voice in the room, and folks need to give up their seat to make sure that my voice is brought to the table.
Yes.
And then there are many times that I have to realize that I'm holding a little bit more privilege than many other Black trans women in my community, and I use my ability to give up my seat. But right now, we need to take inventory of all of our privileges as an LGBT community, understand that the white folks and white passing, let's not leave y'all out, and the white passing folks all have this privilege. And what we need to do is have a conversation about how we take and collect all this privilege and turn it into power, and then shift power.
Yes. Amazing. Thank you for that. Jennifer, what are your thoughts?
That's so good. I'm just nodding vigorously. Yeah, I think, you know, centering other voices in a really tangible way. I speak a lot like Angelica does too. And I am constantly like, who's on the panel? Who, you know, it's not representative. I don't want to be a part of it. Or I have other voices that would be better than mine that can speak from a place of lived experience. The biggest thing I can do is share my platform, which is the piece of like capital I have, is the social capital I have or professional capital that I can share, is pointing people to certain storytellers and certain speakers, certain lived experience that will hit people and create the aha moments. And I'm just literally, it's not about me. And so, but I'm holding a lot of people accountable in my world that ask me to do things, because that's a small way we can, again, educate as we're, you know, as we're sort of threatening to recuse ourselves from certain things. It's a great opportunity to say, you know, well, what would have made this a great panel? Or let me rewrite your description and your title to make sure you're using better language. Or, you know, I find myself educating a lot just on that one particular piece, and it's been really, it's been great to see how people respond. I think people are grateful for help, and they don't know what they don't know, and they didn't realize that they had a all whatever panel or event, and then they say, I don't have anyone in my network that I can pull in, and you know, that's, I would say you should always be diversifying your own network of resources before you're going to need it. You should always be broadening that, so that, I mean, I come to the table and not only am I suggesting centering different voices, but I have a whole list of voices.
Yeah.
So I am ready to help in that way. And that's just one small way that I can sort of shift the focus in a curated way, so that I make sure that people are learning what they really need to learn and seeing who they need to see right now, which is really important.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. Thank you for that, Jennifer. And thank you both so much for being here. I think this was a great conversation. We definitely could have gone on a lot longer than 30 minutes. There's so much to talk about. But on behalf of Power to Fly, though, we thank you so much for contributing to our community. And I look forward to having more conversations with you both in the future.
Thank you for having me. So excited for this next talk. Araya Lester, oh my goodness.
Yes. All right, you guys have a great one. And Abby, there you are. I'll turn it over to you.
I'm here. Yeah, I just want to also echo thank you both so much. And thank you, Deanna, always. But thank you so much to our guests. That was phenomenal. So I'd like to get us all over to the next conversation. But before I do that, I'm going to go over a little housekeeping. So to all attendees, as a reminder, your camera and audio will remain off for the duration of the talk, but always happy to hear from you. So feel free to add things in the chat, use the Q&A tool. You know, we'll get to as many questions as possible. If you are looking for a SHRM code, check the top left corner. The code is there, so grab it if you need it. And I always like to call out, please remember to check out our code of conduct that's in the chat. We are super happy to have open conversation. You all have been wonderful today, but absolutely will not tolerate any type of bullying, discriminatory or harassment. So if we see all that, you're getting booted out of here and booted out of the summit. So otherwise, without further ado, I am thrilled to actually pass it off to Milena Berry, CEO and co-founder at Power to Fly, to introduce our next group of speakers. Milena.
Hi, everybody. And I can't stop smiling because I just love this room and I love the people in this room. And I wanted to be here and just say your names, for our audience. And I'm going to let all of you tell your own stories, of course. But I'm Milena Berry, co-founder and CEO of Power to Fly. And it really is my honor to just step back today. And besides a few introductions here and there, do most of the listening and not most of the talking. After all, that's what this summit is about us creating a conversation, creating meaningful connections, and then carrying over the magic that we create today back into our workplaces. And so I'll just quickly, literally just say the names of the titles of the people in the room. We have Rachel Valdez, who is back home. She's currently the Director of People Operations at Imply.io and was previously Chief Dream Maverick and Head of Global Talent Management at Power to Fly. I worked with Rachel for 3 years and it was so fun and I miss her so much. And it's so fun to have you here today. Thank you, Rachel. I also have Lauren Gilbo. She's the Strategic Account Executive at Textio. So excited to have you here, Lauren, today. We also have Mila Gross-Chirinos, who is an Associate Director of Global Workforce Equality Program at the Human Rights Campaign, a very, very important organization. So glad to have you here today, Milagros. And then we have Araya Lester, who is introduced to us by Angelica Ross, and she is the Deputy Director of the Transgender Strategy Center. So couldn't be more excited to have you in the room as well. And Ina Fried, who is the Chief Technology Correspondent at Axios, will be your host and moderator today. So welcome you all, and Ina, take it away. You're on mute.
Sorry about that. I just wanted to live up to the Zoom stereotype. So thank you, Milena, for the introduction. Thanks to, if you are just joining us, it was an incredible panel before so thank you, Donna, Angelica, and Jennifer. I was really happy to get to hear you all. So I want to do most of the time for our panel, but just, I think I'd be remiss if I didn't mention our panel has the unexpected pleasure of today's Supreme Court ruling, which I'm sure we'll talk about some, but equally important, it comes as 2 more Black trans women of color were killed in recent days. And, I think those 2 things sort of speak to the extremes of the moment. A lot of us live our lives experiencing all different things, but it's important to keep all of that in perspective. And I'm sure we will touch on that and much more. I thought maybe by way of kicking things off, maybe have each of the panelists talk a little bit about how you come at this conversation. And maybe also share your pronouns if they're not in your bio so that everyone in the Q&A session makes sure to use them properly. So Araya, maybe do you want to start first and talk a little bit about how you came to this discussion?
Yeah, sure. I'm Araya Lester, again, the Deputy Director of the Transgender Strategy Center, which is a fairly new, a couple of years old organization that focuses on capacity building and technical assistance for trans-led organizations, as well as education with inclusion and diversity for corporations and companies that are not trans-led, as well as leadership development programs. And I am also a member of Trans Tech Social, which is headed by Angelica Ross, and she is one of my mentors, and she invited me here to this conversation. And another hat that I have, at least for today's conversation, is the board chair for STAR, which is the organization that Marsha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera co-founded in 1970.
Awesome. Thanks, Raya. Rachel, if you're ready.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rachel Valdez, as Milena mentioned, prior Chief Talent Officer, Dream Maverick for Power to Fly. for about 3 years. I've been really heavily involved as a human rights advocate most of my career in corporate America, starting back at Microsoft, chairing up the Gleam group, which is one of the earliest ERG groups for LGBTQ equality, and in every single position I've ever had, I've seemed to be one of the advocates because I firmly believe in it. And currently also a PhD student studying psychology, where I'm really taking a look at these roots of systemic bias in our community. And I'm excited to share the stage with everyone here today. So thank you.
Awesome. Thanks, Millie.
Yes, thank you so much, Ina. I'm Millie Chirinos. I use she, her pronouns. I am the Associate Director of the Global Workplace Equality Program at the Human Rights Campaign. For those who don't know who the Human Rights Campaign folks are, we are the largest LGBTQ organization in the nation. And I have been with HRC for almost 4 years now. Under my current role, I have the privilege to lead 2 in-country programs promoting greater LGBTQ workplace inclusion in Chile and Mexico. Through HRC Equidad MX and HRC Equidad CL, the foundation is basically leading the efforts to create better and more equitable workplaces for LGBTQ workers in Chile and in Mexico. A little bit about me, I am a proud LGBTQ ally, and I am originally from Peru. Prior to my role with HRC, I have been in the media sector, working for Spanish language media over a decade in Tampa and Miami. And today I'm extremely excited to be here with all of you because we finally got good news for the community. And I just want to thank Power to Fly for making and creating this space to discuss this important topic.
Thank you so much. And finally, we have Lauren from Text.io, which I actually have known Jensen back from the days, one of the people who helped get it started from back in his days at Microsoft, and Kieran since she started it. So it's great to meet you, Lauren.
Oh, amazing. Oh, it's so nice to meet you. Thank you so much for the introduction. My name is Lauren Gilbo. Currently, I'm a strategic account executive at Textio, where we're looking to deploy augmented writing to help minimize bias within our hiring conversations in language and eventually get it out of all language in organizations. I've been in the technology field for the past 12 years or so, and I really have had the experience of spending half of my career identifying and being seen as one gender, and spending the second half of my career being who I actually am and being who I am truly and fully. And so I've navigated that experience in the technology space, specifically around customer-facing sales, which has been kind of an interesting added challenge. I sat on the Human Rights Commission in Austin, Texas, where we helped to pass gender-neutral signage for single-stall restrooms. And I'm constantly, at this point in my career, only working with organizations that and helping them sell, only working for those that are truly driving for social change or environmental change, and hopefully both. So I do a lot of work in the diversity, equity, and inclusion space, specifically around deploying technologies to solve very difficult systemic issues.
Thanks so much, Lauren. So I know the subject and the title of our session has to do with what it's like to be trans and gender nonconforming in a virtual workplace. But I thought it's important to start, where were we a couple months ago? You can't understand what the workplace is like virtually without really getting a sense for, where has trans folks been, and recognizing that there is no normative answer to that question. It's very context specific. I've been super fortunate to be in the Bay Area covering technology. When I transitioned in 2003, I might have been the first, but it was still a very supportive environment. I was, people had an idea what trans was. People in different places are still having really different experiences, often along the lines of the other identities with which they also share trans or gender nonconforming, and that so many in the community are still not even getting in the door. They're not, by the time it's time to put an application, they're already not there. And some of the most important work that's being done is the things like Angelica does that, you know, helps bring people who otherwise wouldn't find the door and would have the door slammed in their face if they did find it. But there's also been a lot of progress, and maybe Millie, I don't know if you want to start, but one of the big drivers here is actually some of the work that HRC and others have done to kind of keep raising the bar. So, you know, for those who don't know the Corporate Equality Index that HRC does, it used to be, you know, if you had like a non-discrimination policy purely on the basis of sexual orientation, you know, and didn't do anything else offensive, you could get a 100. And so what HRC has cleverly done over the last 15 plus years is keep raising that bar. And I know a couple of the big things that happened that really changed things in corporate America was requiring companies add gender identity to their non-discrimination policies and eventually have gender inclusive healthcare and other things in order to keep getting that 100, which is great. I think we wouldn't have as many healthcare benefits today and as many non-discriminatory workplaces if it weren't for that. But of course, I think the doors are far from open. The playing field is far from equal. Millie, talk about the work that HRC does and how you guys view the workplace right now.
Well, thanks for that question, Ina. Well, so this year alone, we recognize almost 700 companies for being best places to work for LGBTQ equality. 214 of them are part of the Fortune 500 list. 122 of them are one of the main law firms across the nation. And, you know, the work that I lead really speaks to this organizational transformation that we're creating through our CEI and through our Equidad MX and CL programs, because we're basically translated the success that we have here nationally to other spaces where laws are not advanced and where, you know, LGBTQ people are facing different challenges. And so I am very proud of the work that we have been doing domestically, but I'm even more excited to translate the success to the places and the programs that I lead. And so it has been a learning curve. I think that participating in our surveys is amazing. It's definitely the first step to becoming an LGBTQ inclusive workplace, but it's certainly not the end or a magical stick that will change an organization overnight. That's just not how it is. We see this as the first step towards better and more equitable workplaces for all. But I think that the key component here are, well, perhaps two things: consistency and commitment from corporate leaders to make it, to make inclusion and diversity part of their daily agenda. If they don't lead by example, then, you know, how could you possibly ask others to do what is right for LGBTQ workers? And so we have to see transformations that come from the C-suite all the way to the shop floor. So once you embrace diversity at all the levels within the company, that's when you actually see change. And so as proud as I am of the work that my organization has done, I have to recognize that a holistic approach is exactly what really brings change for LGBTQ folks.
Thanks. And Lauren, you mentioned in your introduction, you've actually seen the working world from a couple different vantage points. And I'm curious, given having worked at big tech companies like Microsoft, having worked at a startup like Textio that's very focused on inclusion, having worked in an environment where everyone saw you and related to you in one gender and now in another gender, can you talk about what are your thoughts on the workplace? What is some of the worst you've seen? What is some of the best you've seen? How do you view where the workplace today is, again, with the asterisk that none of this is monolithic and people can have a great experience or horrible experience today in any gender at any company?
Absolutely. Thank you for that. You know, it's quite interesting. You know, I think it's a real testament to white male privilege that the beginning of my career was quite easy in a lot of ways. Opportunities were handed to me. I was trusted with big tasks. Every time I left a job, I had one kind of lined up. I never had any gaps in employment. and I didn't really understand how abnormal that is once you strip away that privilege. After I transitioned, I left my hometown of Austin and kind of my network behind there, and went out into the broader world, moved to New York. I've experienced a myriad of situations. Since transitioning, I've now been discriminated against in the hiring process with a technology company. I've experienced being paid less than my male compatriots on the sales team, like literally 27% less. And, after bringing that up and bringing that to the attention, have been forced out of a company. I've experienced 2 stints of over 6 months of unemployment, while my male colleagues at those organizations, which were laid off, found work within 2 weeks. I've also experienced these high up, very outwardly inclusive facing organizations tell me when I was in the final stage of an interview process, and they used other terms and other reasonings for it, but I had the same reason from 2 different companies, that it was too much of a risk right now. I was too much of a wild card to bring onto a team, even though I had years and years of experience selling exactly what they were selling at exactly the level that they were selling. So I'll also add to that the last 3 to 4 years of my career, I've been very fortunate to work at highly inclusive workplaces like Culture Amp, like Textio, where I have been seen, I have been highlighted for my value, I have been lifted up, I have been included, I've been given space to talk to the company around trans issues, to bring up issues of inequality, and to highlight kind of what we're going through. So it's really kind of been the whole spectrum for me, that a lot of companies I think aren't doing this well yet at all. A select few are doing it quite well and are hopefully going to push to do it more, but there's a ton of work still to be done.
Awesome, thanks. And Rachel, I apologize, it was actually you that worked at Microsoft, and I'd love to hear your thoughts of, having led Gleam, and, Microsoft has had, a range of things. Overall, I'd say their reputation is being LGBT inclusive. I covered them for 10 years when I was at CNET, and there were some ups and downs there. And there were some, some of this is ancient history, but there were times where they stood right next to their LGBT employees. And there were a couple times where they weren't on the same page, and it took a while to get there. But I'm curious what your experience, because I think it was more recent than that, there, and how that compares to other places you've worked, and what your sense is of how the employment space looks like. Again, I always want to caveat, it's not like there's one experience that anyone's having.
Yeah, I think you nailed it with your statement there. Definitely, Microsoft, I think, from my experience, has been very pro and positive towards the LGBTQ community, with the formation of, back in the day, calling them ERG groups, or no, actually we called them DAC groups back then, Diversity Advisory Councils. So having that space to allow our Gleam employees to come together and rally with the HR leaders when people were not being heard or not being seen on really critical issues. And I've been really proud as a Microsoft alumni. So I worked there for 7 years, and then I've been an alumni ever since. And I continue to do work in terms of being connected with them, because I feel like they are still leading the way in a lot of ways and not stepping back. No one's perfect, but from my experiences and working with other large enterprises, I think they've mostly have done it right and have been willing to at least have those tough conversations behind the scenes with our groups around those issues that we cared about and things that we really wanted to see. And so, and then it's very interesting because a year and a half ago, I've been in Washington State for most of my corporate career, worked in very large companies. And then I went to Silicon Valley, and I went to actually the hottest startup in Silicon Valley right now. And prior to the company I'm at, And it was a really interesting experience because you hear about these things, you hear what things are like, and to experience, as somebody who's experienced big corporate America and all these different wonderful tools, if you will, and systems and ways to communicate around being part of the LGBT community, and then going to places where it's not there. And you're that lone voice that has to have courage to stand up and say, this is what I believe in, this is what I'm fighting for, because it's not only a human right, it's a human need to be seen and to be heard and to be loved. And to know that our stats that HRC reports on, I think last report I read said something like 40% still today hear, terrible jokes about being trans or being gender nonconforming, right? Or being non-binary. 42% are still in fear of getting fired, and 40% fear of safety. And then we're seeing the increase in violence, in the murders against our trans people, including, I think in 2019, there were 26 people, mostly Black trans women, being targeted. You know what I mean? And so all these intersectionalities and all these different things, I think, are super important to keep being an advocate, even in these Silicon Valley companies that maybe are more focused on profit and or consider some of these things as optional, which, it's actually life or death in a lot of cases. And I don't consider them optional.
Thanks. And Araya, I'd love if you could talk a little bit about, I think there's, again, a myriad different types of trans experiences, but I do think, like, at one extreme, you have the experience that Lauren described, that I've had a similar experience, where you worked for a while as a white male, got all the privilege attendant to that, and then transitioned, and not to, belie the difficulties that one might encounter in that. That's a really different experience than when workers are trying to knock on the front door as a trans Black woman. And I'm curious, how is the work landscape? What have you seen through your work? Give us a reality check of where things are, both for extremely qualified applicants, as well as for all the applicants who are out there that I know Angelica does a lot of work with, who are plenty capable of doing the job, but their lived experience as a Black trans woman didn't give them the same set of credentials to get in that front door. Talk a little bit about sort of the differences in that vantage point, and what you're seeing in terms of both companies that are open to those experiences and are working to bring people in, versus those where it's still really a challenge.
Well, I think we need to look at it as far as the layers of how our cultural system is built up here in the country. So you have to look at first the entrance into the workforce and how many barriers that trans people, specifically trans people of color, even more specifically Black transgender women, have in actually even getting into the workforce. So when you look at education, you see a lot of institutions, private schools or whatnot, that are disallowing or making it a hard and difficult environment for trans people to thrive in order to get the education needed for certain levels of career that we're looking for. When you're looking at family support systems for when a person is going through college, and maybe having a second job, and having a family support that helps you, get through those rough times, and trans people more than likely do not have that, and the support that they do have is a chosen family who also have the least amount of availability for you in order to support you in that sense. Then you look at actually having housing, adequate housing. We look at like 40-something% where we have homelessness issues or have been homeless. Me, myself, I was homeless going from couch to couch for like 2 years, right? And this is after already being an executive director of the first transgender organization in Miami. Even reaching that amount of success when it comes to community, I still myself was suffering through being blacklisted in certain places because they just didn't see a Black trans person there, you know, in the position. Having issues when it comes to finding a school or getting a degree or certification that is gender affirming to you and yourself so that you can adequately get that information. And then, you know, we get into the workforce. Then getting into the workforce, you have issues like maybe your diploma doesn't match what your name is, you know, your ID is not matching, and therefore just setting yourself up to be discriminated against from different organizations and companies that aren't organically inclusive. And that's something that we kind of try to push, is that organic inclusion. Not that you just have a check by the numbers of what percentage of diversity that you have, even in this level, that level, and when we're looking at your board, when we're looking at your high management. Also, having it implemented within the recognition of the lived lives that trans people go through, you know, in your hiring practices, and knowing that there may be a difference in names from your documentation to the name that the person has, or, you know, verifying diplomas or degrees or whatnot. When you look at, even when you're putting out the job proposal and you look at not having an equivalence of that bachelor's or master's degree, and, you know, an equivalence of like life experience or career experience that can still make a person who doesn't have the same access to education, you know, have access to that workforce. So there's a lot of different layers that really inclusion and diversity really delves into when it comes into integration of these practices within corporations and companies.
Thanks so much. And I want to get to our assigned topic, if you will, of virtual workplace, but I don't think we can get there quite yet until we talk a little bit more about what the workplace has looked like. And I thought it might be interesting if each of the participants wants to share sort of like one thing that a place they've worked at did that really felt inclusive, what was like one of the meaningful things, and also what was a thing, maybe a little thing, maybe a big thing, that was a real hurdle at an employer that really felt like a barrier. Clearly everyone somehow made it through to where they are today, but that doesn't mean there wasn't a time where there was either a door slammed in your front foot or something that really, you know, seemed small probably to the person doing it, but had a big impact of you. So long story short, like one positive thing and one negative thing that people can be aware of and maybe learn from, and whoever wants to start.
Well, first it's appearance, you know, like trans people, we, you know, our appearance sets us up already when you look at society. So currently trans people are in many places in the same category as slaves were before emancipation, you know, to where people don't really bat an eye or go up to the defense of a trans person just because they're walking within their self in a public space, that you have violence put against you because of that. So there could be a lot of anxiety and a lot of issues around, you know, this video, you know, of putting yourself. And then when you look at voices, you know, trans people may have issues with their voice according to what their gender is. They may internally feel that that voice does not match. And so, you know, and then you have jobs to where that person doesn't need to really be around people, you know, or maybe not even have to use the phone. Maybe they're a data cruncher, you know, and all they deal with is in data. But now you're transitioning to a space where you have to make yourself visibly seen, you know, and you have to maybe even visibly out yourself in a sense, in places that you don't have the comfortability or the safety to actually do so for a job that's currently, you know, meeting your needs when it comes to like housing and food and all that kind of stuff. So I think that that's a negative. A positive is that, you know, there's a lot of employers, there's a lot of big corporate entities that are really starting to look a little deeper. We have a contract with Amazon and with certain pharmaceuticals like Gilead to really look into not only the diversity and the inclusion within their corporate structure, but also that equitable inclusion when you're looking at Black bodies and brown bodies and the way that our society measures certain people, and having a clear understanding of that in order to have those equitable practices within your organization.
Thanks, Raya. Rachel, not to pick on you, but I know you've, again, seen a lot of different types of workplaces. Are there some things that stand out that you see as sort of best practices and as well as things to avoid?
I would say best practices from, again, big enterprise experience has been the inclusion of these ERGs, especially, being really community run, not run from management down, but really run from the actual members. I've had a lot of positive experience, and that's a plus one for Microsoft for me. I think on a negative side, walking to a place where the thinking is, well, we've all probably have heard this statement. I don't see color. We don't need D&I or what I used to call DIBS, diversity, inclusion, belonging. We don't need this because it's going to fix itself. There isn't an issue, and by focusing on it, then we're distracting ourselves from productivity. And I just think that just, again, one of my earlier statements when I said we're not optional, it goes to that. The DIBS work that's going on is not optional. And I can't remember who said it, if it was Millie, who said it about being consistent and having that commitment. I think it goes back to that.
Yeah, I mean, I've been super spoiled and had the fortune to work at some really great places. But for me, what's been so different about being at Axios is the difference between being a company that is fully accepting of trans people versus one that actively works to create an environment that trans people, that Black people, that veterans, that different groups want to be at. So recognizing that piece of the diversity and inclusion is not just about who you recruit, not just about setting up ERGs, but really looking at what is it that makes someone feel included, as well as the power of not being the only trans person. It's the first time in my career I've not the only trans person in the newsroom. And to not feel that experience of having to, nobody can speak for a community, but it doesn't mean you're not put in the position of having to. So those are some of the things that I've noticed. Lauren or Millie, I'm curious, kind of also thoughts of what makes a workplace really, what really signals a strong workplace to you? What gets in your way? Maybe Lauren, what, I know for me, I can point to a million things in transition that were little things at the time. Just getting a pronoun wrong or right would ruin my whole day or week in that first year of transition. It's been 15, 17 years now, but I very much remember like I would, rise and fall based on that. What are some of the things you've observed that sort of made you feel included or made you feel excluded?
So a couple of things. Probably one of the most powerful moments for me was at an ERG group at Culture Amp. And the ERG was group led, and we decided that we wanted to host a Pride Day the same day across all of our offices. And the thing we wanted to focus on is people's coming out stories, if they were willing to share those, if they were willing to share that, something so sensitive with the rest of the office and team. And I'll speak to kind of the New York experience. We had about 35 or 40 people in the New York office, and our ERG opened that up to the whole office to come and like celebrate Pride and to listen to all queer and trans people at the office. And like seeing the reactions from all of these cis and majority straight employees when they heard firsthand from people that they worked with kind of how difficult this road has been in a lot of ways, how joyous it's been in an unbelievable amount of ways as well, and how scary it continues to be for trans people, particularly trans people of color, navigating the world day to day. And I had so much engagement from that conversation that led to so many others that were really beautiful after that. That was one of the most positive things that came out. One that's a little bit of a smaller portion or a little bit of a smaller impact, but had a real impact on me when I joined a company. It was at a company prior to Culture Amp. Is there was an ongoing tradition of new employees come in and you do a presentation to the company and you show your life and your history. And at that moment, and baby pictures were the focus. Everyone loved to see baby pictures. And it was a moment where I had just moved to New York. I had transitioned like 12 to 18 months before that. I was really stepping into New York, just trying to just be Lauren and just be myself and like just have people like see me. And I wasn't sure how out I was planning to be and how open I was planning to be with other people. But that simple kind of seemingly fun thing ended up leading to a ton of anxiety and stress for me of like, how do I navigate this? How do I just exclude? Do I include? Do I go ahead and come out to the company like right whenever I show up? And I'm in a different place now, so that's probably what I would do now. But at the time, that wasn't the headspace I was in, and it really caused me a lot of stress. And so those are two that just kind of jumped to mind immediately.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great reminder too of, we can learn. And I saw some comments in the section of how it's great to hear people's experiences, how much we all learn. I think everyone benefits from hearing from their trans colleagues and, can have greater empathy when they hear it from someone they know. But it is a dangerous default to assume that the trans person, wants to get up in front of the whole company and tell their story. I've seen it even with one of my younger colleagues, like I'm perfectly happy to get up there and say this. And, it was funny. I really value my colleagues. They're amazing. I feel like I work in the most inclusive workplace I've worked in, but we were having a thing on pronouns and I gave we had just had someone give a whole training on a cis ally, give a whole training on pronouns. And then this was at a company thing. And then I was being interviewed by one of our executives and they asked, I happened to have been a kid actor and acted under my birth name. And he asked what that birth name was after we just had a session on what not to ask. And I was like, well, it's pretty easy if you Google it, but that's not really something I'm here. So it was interesting. And I brought it up to that person afterwards and they were super, but I think those kinds of mistakes, if you will, can happen anywhere. It's what they've done and learn from it. And I don't think those have to be game over, but it's a big deal. And I think those, we have a term for microaggressions. I think we need a term for like micro screw ups or whatever, those sorts of ignorant thoughtlessness. Without those words both have very negative connotations, but when I say ignorant, I just mean lack of knowledge, and thoughtlessness, I literally mean not giving thought. I find a lot of it is just not knowing enough to know how to do the right thing. Millie, I'm curious, again, I think HRC has an ancient history with the trans community that we won't go into, has a recent, much more positive history, both in speaking up for trans people more than it ever has, but also speaking up for people of color more than it has, people at the margins of the community. That's been a real shift in HRC over its time. What are the things you're hearing the most? Again, one of the biggest tools HRC has in corporate America, in the workplace, is this corporate equality index, because it can literally decide what the next thing on the agenda is by making that what you need to get 100. What are the things you're hearing employees want? What are the things that trans people most want out of their workplace these days, as well as non-binary. We haven't really talked about non-binary much, but increasingly more and more workers are identifying as non-binary, coming into the workplace as non-binary.
That's a great question, Ina. Well, I think that beyond the policies in place, the best practices, and participating in the surveys and progress and so on, I'll go back to what Rachel reminded me of, which is commitment and consistency from the C-suite and so on, and all levels of the organization. But I'm just going to tell you, a quick anecdote. Me as an ally, it's a learning curve that is also very enriching for the individual, because once you learn, you have the responsibility to teach others, right? And so, I encourage employers to, suggest to add pronouns to the email signatures, but to have, to be very careful, because like some of you said previously, you don't really know if that person, if some of the employees feel comfortable coming out, or maybe they are middle of the process, or they're transitioning, and so you don't want to force them into do something that they're not prepared for. So make it a suggestion as opposed to an obligation. That's a very quick tip. But also, as a colleague, if someone around you is transitioned or has recently transitioned, it is your job to pay attention to the change of pronouns, if they updated them, if they have updated their name, and how you spell that name. It might look like a minor thing, but you said it better than I could ever do. If someone misgenders you, it just ruins your day, right? Because it just touches up on your identity, the way that they are spelling your name, the way they're pronouncing your name. That happens to me all the time. It's just really ingrained in your identity. So being mindful of those things. Do not assume identities, because most of the time you're going to get that wrong. And so just introduce yourself using pronouns, use neutral language. Don't be afraid to speak up. You're going to make mistakes just like everybody else, but those are great opportunities for you to learn. So part of being an ally is, educating yourself and educating others to do what's right, beyond policies, beyond practices in place. I think the accountability within the workplace and how you can teach others to just be mindful of things that they don't know, I think that just goes a long way.
Very helpful. So some people are already asking questions in the Q&A section, which is great. We're going to get to those in just 1 minute in general, but there was one question from earlier that somebody came in a little later, missed our bios, and just wanted to make sure that they got everyone's pronouns. So I know Rachel, Millie, and I have put them in our bio, but if Lauren and Araya, if you want to just say your pronouns so that people can make sure and get them correct in the Q&A.
Yes, this will actually kind of jump over to what Millie was saying. You don't even have to always use pronouns. Like she, her, hers works for me, but I prefer, and I tell people in my trainings and whatnot, Araya, use my name as much as possible, and make that a habit of using someone's name. You introduce yourself. Hi, my name is Araya. She, her, pronouns. What's your name? Don't push the pronouns on the person. Find out the name, and you don't have to use a pronoun in any sentence. That's an optional thing. If you know the person's name, just use their name in place of a pronoun.
Thank you, Araya. And I noticed Lauren's put pronouns in her bio, so we're set there. So we are going to get to the other questions in there, but I do want to, now that we're 45 minutes in, turn to the topic at hand. But I thought it was really important to talk about the workplace generally before we get into what's changed. But it is really an interesting moment. A lot of corporate America is working remotely. A lot of companies, at least in Silicon Valley, are talking about doing so longer. How is it different being a trans person working virtually? What are some of the unique opportunities and challenges? I know I had, when I was at Vox, before I joined Axios, I had a trans colleague who only worked remote, and she specifically didn't want to have to deal with the day-to-day interactions, didn't want to have to deal with restrooms. There was a bunch of things where she was like, I can be my best employee self if I just have that removed. So in some senses, it seems to me a clear benefit, but I'd love to hear others. But there's also the, You don't know your coworkers as well. You don't have the same support system. I can only imagine joining a new company virtually. I've talked to a few people who've done it. Seems incredibly challenging and hard to be recognized as fully human, let alone any of one's other identities. So I'm curious if anyone's thoughts on what it means to be trans or gender nonconforming or non-binary in a virtual work environment. What are some of the things that are easier, harder? What are some of the things that companies and coworkers should be paying attention to? Anyone who wants to weigh in.
Well, the Transgender Strategy Center, we've been virtual even before this epidemic. That's just the way that we have rolled with having our staff and faculty in different places all around the country. What it is, we try to limit one video conferencing. So video conferencing, we only have if it's necessary, in the fact that we need to go through documents or, presentations or that type of thing. And otherwise, it can be first an email, and if not an email, then a phone call, in order to just cut down on the stress of people living as trans and gender nonconforming individuals. And now, after everything that's happened this year, just being in a virtual world where everything's virtual now, and we've heard of that Zoom fatigue type of thing. So trying to limit that as much as possible, but then at the same time, scheduling Zoom occurrences that are just solely social, and don't have anything to do with work. And also at least twice a year, scheduling for people to come in person and get all of that human stuff from each other that we lose, in the translation of a virtual space.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with all of those points. I similarly work at I'm based in San Francisco. Most of my coworkers are in DC. So I've experienced a lot of that beforehand, and the Zoom thing I do think is so real, the fatigue factor and the added burden, as always, on everyone who's not cis male in terms of appearance. I think it's harder for women generally. I think, for trans and gender nonconforming, it's even more spotlight where you feel like, oh my God, I have to, appear a certain way. Other thoughts on what makes the virtual experience?
I just wanted to add, I had anxiety today, even for this, just knowing how many attendees it is, knowing the audience. And then it's like, I found myself being anxious about my hair and about my makeup and about my outfit and how you're going to present yourself. And that's a trans experience, and that's a woman's experience, And when you look at men, they don't go through that. They wake up, wash their face, throw their fingers through their hair, and, not much else.
When did they start washing their face? No.
I guess
other thoughts, and it's fine if we can move on. If not, Millie.
No, just to add to your point, because I have colleagues that I work with on a daily basis that are non-binary, and so even from a distance, even in an in-person environment, something that I have witnessed is that they have to constantly explain their identities, and if they happen to be Black and trans or Black and non-binary, like even from a distance, it looks exhausting. And I think it's just very unfair and unpolite to just expect trans folks and non-binary colleagues to do the explaining and the lecturing and so forth and so on. Well, you have to get educated, you have to go get the information. And especially now that we have this open dialogue about race and LGBTQ issues and so on and so forth, and violence against the Black community. I've heard that, my colleagues, my Black non-binary colleagues get, this sort of questions, what can I do to help? Where should I go? And, we have to just be mindful of the fact that they are not entitled to, they're not a source of information. It's not their job to educate you. You can come with good intentions, and that's appreciated, but just be mindful of how you're asking the questions and why are you asking the questions. If you really want to help, then just don't do it out of shame, don't do it out of guilt. Go to grassroots organizations, donate, not to HRC. Just there are so many ways that you can help without having to put your non-binary or transforming or gender non-conforming people up front to tell you something that you should know or you should make the effort to get informed about.
Definitely. And to your point, that crosses so many lines. Your ex-employee, not former employee, but whatever category someone's in, you know, it's one of the reasons it's super exhausting and we see such burnout of people who are underrepresented at a company is you end up spending, you have this additional job to explain to your white colleagues the Black experience, which is not your job. You're in customer service or sales or whatever. Similarly, you know, trans, non-binary folks, first generation, all of it. Like, I think, you know, again, I feel not to brag on my company, but like, you know, when we're doing our diversity training, it's like, here's some things you should go read to better understand this experience. Here's what you can do, which is so much better. And then, you know, we have colleagues, you know, I'm happy to speak out. We have colleagues that will speak to that experience. And sometimes I think it, you know, as people have said already, it can be very meaningful to hear from your colleagues, but that's different than expecting it as part of the job and the default. I want to make sure we get the two folks that have piped in with really great questions. So the first one is from an anonymous attendee. Allyship and discrimination can be very patchy within businesses and organizations. And there's a lot of challenges in correcting this without fearing a backlash for reporting it, even anonymously, because that can often be traced. You know, how do you deal with the fact that, you know, just like we've talked about, there isn't one trans experience, there isn't even one experience within a large company. And it can be particularly challenging when that company perceives themselves as great at the topic. And that might mean that they have some really good experiences, but some colleagues are having a hard time. How can you deal with sort of this notion of a patchy experience of yes, but, you know, experiences? Lauren?
I think, you know, I think one big piece here, and this is something I learned during my time at Culture Amp, I think it's really critical to provide a truly anonymous way to give feedback specifically around these types of issues. There's a lot of fear of backlash right now with kind of speaking your mind. I've had actions taken against me for raising my hand for injustices in organizations before, and so I know the fear. And so I think as an organization, it's your responsibility to ensure that you have really a streamlined, effective, and easy way for your employees to give you anonymous feedback and give you their experience so that they can have as little fear as possible for retribution, and so you can hear the voice of your employees. I think it's a critical lifeline to give, especially for your trans employees.
And I want to say for the particular trans people too, because I worked at an LGBT organization that discriminated against me in being trans as far as not having equitable pay, you know, as per the contract that my salary was attached to and this type of stuff. And I think if those structures aren't even really there as far as the anonymity and the protections, is to, we at least have that one person at our workplace that we do talk to, that we can be kind of open about. And it's building up that relationship in a work atmosphere and having a person that knows that I have your back. Like if there's a complaint, I can put in the complaint. It's, you know, and not you put in the complaint. And I had individuals that, you know, as a trans person, I just took it, you know, because we're just used to just taking it. Well, I was supposed to be just happy that I had a job, you know, like type of thing. But there were other people that stood up for me and made the demands that then I could step behind. And, you know, that with that, I had got a settlement with which I opened up the organization in Miami. So, you know, it's good things that can come from support from other coworkers.
Yeah, I mean, I think I heard two things from you that really resonate. One is for your own mental well-being, it's great to have someone you know you don't have to explain yourself to, who gets it, who gets you, who you can sort of be relaxed in front. And the other is the power of having a really good ally. And that ally is the person who's not in your community, who takes on your issues as theirs and speaks up. I mean, I don't know how many of you have had this experience, but the experience of when someone else corrects something unequal, discriminatory, a wrong pronoun versus you having to bring it up, it's like night and day. It's the different, it's just so powerful. But that's a two-way street. And I think, it's also incumbent upon us to be allies for all the identities that aren't part of our own. Some of my favorite experiences are folks that are true allies and friends who, if I see Islamophobia, I call it out. If I've seen something in the news that's just awful and devastating, I send a note, hey, I can imagine it might have been a rough day. Just want to say I'm here if you want to vent. And that same coworker sent me a note on Friday, saying, hey, I can imagine it was a rough day. And the power of allyship and intersectionality. And again, also recognizing that being trans is one aspect of a person's identity. And, just because, Araya and I might both identify as trans doesn't mean I understand many other things about her experience. It wouldn't, Lauren and I are both white and trans, but it doesn't mean that I know her experience and vice versa. The next question kind of ties into, and we haven't talked that much about, we still kind of couch this as trans and cis, but still with male and female, but, and the question just went away. Let's see. Is there an opportunity to essentially leapfrog the whole male versus female equity that one would get rid of that problematic notion, but also make more space for non-binary and gender non-conforming? I guess the way I hear that question is, do we have to first get equality, for men and women before we can get equality for trans people, before we can get equity for gender non-conforming and non-binary folks? Or is there an opportunity to look and say, wait, there's several connected problems here. Can we unbundle these? Millie, I'm curious from your perspective, because you guys really deal with how do we make systemic change and how do we do this? How do you guys look at what it means to create an inclusive workforce in the context of the folk? There are non-binary workers. It's not just about men versus women, but it is also about cis men, cis women, trans folks, and non-binary folks. Where do you start, sort of, I guess, is the question.
Well, the short answer is that equality is for all, and all means all. All of us, immigrants like me, Latinas, Latinx people, gender, non-binary, transgender people that live at the intersection of multiple marginalized communities. So it's just not a black and white thing, a Latinx or Asian, a Muslim. It just goes beyond everything and everyone, seriously. So when we think of equality, and that's the way that we approach it, I think the organization, HRC, is doing great work and great efforts to be inclusive and really resonate with people. People, in my case, with people who sound like me, who look like me. Alfonso David is leading the fight for not just openly gay Black men in this nation, but he's been extremely vocal about transgender Black women who are being killed left and right. Rachel raised some of the numbers earlier today, and it's just really bad. It's really bad how this epidemic is continuing to be a problem that we have been tracking for the past 7 years. So this is nothing new. So I think that one of the ways to look at this problem is that when we we fight for equality for all of us as a community in the corporate space. I think representation matters. I think that that's one of the things that you have to take close attention to. And so if you are not part of these big conversations, if you're not a part of these leadership roles, just make it your job to include diverse voices, because that's really what's going to get you farther in the game.
Well, I think that's an incredible place to leave it. I want to thank, this has been an incredible panel for me. I just want to put in a quick plug. If you enjoyed this conversation and want to see more about intersections, I do a free daily tech newsletter, and you can get it at getlogin.axios.com. I'll put it in the comments, but thank you so much, everyone on the panel, for sharing yourselves and so many good ideas. And I think Sarah's here to take it away.
Yes, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. This was incredible. Just so many good people. And I've totally been following along in the chat, and a lot of people, I think this has been really, really important for them. So I just can't thank you all enough for sharing and sharing yourselves today with us. So wrapping that up and wrapping up the inclusion track today. Thank you all so much for joining us. The inclusion track is done for the day. We'll be back tomorrow. However, Summit is not done. So you can head over to the main track now for our keynote talk with Ariana Huffington and Pat Waters. And then there's more fun stuff coming up later today. So make sure to check it out and stay tuned. And thank you all so much. And we'll see you soon. I'll see you back here tomorrow.